Yes, sir. And we don't have to roll on the tray. We can always hand those around. But go ahead and pin your microphone on.
Okay.
We're going to do a sound check real quick.
Get my pencil out.
First order, yeah, Mike, please.
Yep, yep. Yes, sir. We're on it.
Oh, you
Test the sound so y'all can hear.
Yep.
I can hear it.
Stressed out yet?
I'm always stressed.
I believe that's the point of the game.
Yep. And make sure I can get
Okay, we're
all my
on.
controls. This one keeps closing.
See, Lindsay gets the right of it. Collared shirts for the win.
What's going on?
Collared shirts, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes life easy.
Okay, let's sound off. Hey, this is Rich. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You talking to us?
No, I was talking to Jack.
He said, everyone say I'm here. Is that what he said?
Say that again.
I want everyone to say I'm here, ready, something to indicate that I can tell their voice, and circle one at a time.
Jonathan Alburn speaking. Here.
Brooke Cologne speaking, I'm here.
Lindsay Johnson speaking, right here.
David Bowen speaking.
All right, real quick, character names.
Charlie Cooper.
Uh-huh.
Evelyn Stryker.
Aspen Rhodes.
Declan Lindsay.
What was it, Lindsay?
My name Aspen Rhodes.
Aspen.
That is slightly confusing. Declan Lindsay.
Declan Lindsay, and we have a player who is named
Okay, you
Lindsay.
good?
Yeah, Joe, I'm about to hit live. Ready? Well, actually, let me know. You guys post link now.
I don't know if you can see the door, but I'm just going to leave it like that.
Exactly at 7,
Uh-huh.
start doing the whole
Spiel.
rigmarole, yeah.
Gotcha.
Exactly at 7.
All right, so looking at the clock here, I'm going to start with an introduction. I'm not going to introduce you guys yet, but once I say, hey, we start introducing your characters, we're always going to go this way around the table, just to make things easier. Okay? So you'll be first, second, Aspen third, Declan fourth. Okay? That way, we'll do that. And then as we're rolling for initiative, you roll the D10. So if you want to hand that around or whatever, if you roll a 3, just write it down, and then I'll record everybody what they have for initiative. But I will say, if there's an alien and you get into combat, presume that there's like a 90% chance you're going to die.
Understood.
So
Hell yeah.
the thing is to avoid the aliens.
Okay.
Okay. But if all 4 of you say we're together and you fought one, you might have some of you live. All right. Getting ready. I got 2 minutes on mine. Is that right?
Sorry, we're introducing ourselves as our characters, or?
Characters, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. No one's going to know your real name.
Okay, just making sure.
That looks silly. I'll just put it as a lanyard.
Yeah. Also on the back of your ID cards is your personal agendas, and they're kind of folded, so you can see the first one now. But then when you pull it, you have to pull it out of that pocket to get to the second one, and then the third one. So at some point in the game, you just unclip that and start pulling it out and looking. But that's when we get to the second act. I'll let you know. All right. Looks like we're getting ready to start. All right. You guys nervous?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very nervous.
I think we'll
I'm
be good.
excited. I'm excited to do it again.
Yeah. It was fun the first time. Hopefully it'll be more fun the second time, and on it goes. All right.
Oh, this is nice.
We're counting down. Oh, can you peel this off? for
Peel
me?
what?
There's like a little piece of paper here.
Oh, the Wayland Utani?
Yeah.
Oh, there must be a screen.
Yeah, there's.
Indeed.
All right.
Is it just?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Okay. 7 o'clock. And here we go. Welcome everybody to the Caffeinated stream, put on by Caffeinated Gamers here in Marietta, Georgia. We want to go ahead and start out by saying a big thank you to everybody involved, everybody putting this together, and all those participating, our characters whom you'll meet in just a few moments. But first, an introduction. We're doing Freely Publishing's Alien RPG tonight, so hopefully if you haven't played this game, you'll get a learning experience. If you have, hopefully you'll get some more enjoyment out of it. But first, let me set the scene. As you settle into your seats, let's take a moment to immerse ourselves in the grim darkness of Alien RPG. The year is 2183, a time where humanity's reach extends deep into the vast expanse of space. Corporations, notably Weyland-Yutani, dominate the stars with their relentless pursuit of profit, often at the expense of human life and ethical boundaries. Space travel is a commonplace, but it is fraught with peril, hostile environments, malfunctioning technology, and the ever-looming threat of the unknown. In this universe, humanity has encountered the perfect organism, a lethal and adaptable life form known as the xenomorph. Born from an ancient cryptic bioweapons project, these creatures are the stuff of nightmares, ruthlessly efficient killers that blur the lines between biological and mechanical. Their existence is a closely guarded secret, shrouded in corporate conspiracies and covered up by the powers that be, who seek to harness its deadly potential for military and industrial gain. Today, you are operatives, technicians, specialists on a mission to the remote outpost Theta 7, a Weyland-Yutani facility at the Outer Rim. Communications with the outpost has mysteriously ceased, and it is your task to investigate, restore, connect, and ensure the safety of the personnel. Remember, in the dark, cold vacuum of space, no one can hear you scream. Trust in your skills, stay vigilant, and be prepared for anything, as the stars are beautiful, but they are also deadly. As we begin, your shuttle approaches to a massive Weyland Orbital Hub 12 space station. The sheer scale of the structure becomes apparent. Peering out of the porthole windows, you see the station sprawling a web of interconnected modules and docking bays, bristling with antenna and communication arrays. Brilliant white lights outline the edges, casting stark contrast against the dark void of space. Occasional bursts of thruster flames indicate the constant minor adjustments needed to maintain its orbit. As the shuttle docks with the station with a loud banging sound, the docking bays door open with a mechanical hiss, revealing a cavernous space filled with the sounds of activity. You hear the low thrum of the engines and the occasional clatter of equipment. Automated loaders move crates and supplies with precision, while maintenance crews wear jumpsuits attend various tasks. The air is cool and carries a faint scent of disinfectant with a metallic tang of machinery. Bright steril lights overhead illuminate every corner, casting sharp shadows across the polished metal floors. As you step out onto the docking platform, Charlie, if you will describe your character.
Okay. I'm one Charlie Cooper. Roughneck, broken nose, loud laugh, smirking face. Bunch of goggles, lots of soot. Imagine he's wearing some coveralls, wearing his tool belt all times, carrying a cutting torch, wearing a compression suit. He's a man who's just threw a bag of clothes over his shoulder and hopped on the nearest truck as soon as he could, saw the reaches of space twinkling the stars as a young boy, and was like, well, let's go see what's out there. No real ambitions, just trying to get on by. He has, as long as he has some alcohol, some food, wifey sauce, he's pretty good.
Very
Now,
good.
though, I will say, the corporate life has not exactly agreed with him the best. Those darn company agents with their two-faced lies and kind of plastic smiles weirds him out.
All right, hi, I'm Evelyn Stryker. So I am heir to Stryker Industries, which is a medical device company during this time. And I have dark bags under my eyes typically, again, I'm a medic, white coat, short hair. My character is a little bit disillusioned at this point when it comes to being a medic and with everyone that has been hooked up on amphetamines, drugs, and constantly getting themselves into sticky situations. And there's always someone else to help, so she's got to be cold and move on to the next person when when someone is not left to be helped. And so she's very good when it comes to manipulation or as well as medical aid. And she happened to meet her husband, as you met, Charlie Cooper, because he happened to be the one person that kept coming into the med bay by getting himself into sticky situations. So she's found some love through that connection, and in a way has a little bit of Stockholm syndrome at this point because he keeps coming back.
All right. Aspen.
All right. I am Aspen Rhodes. I am a xenobiologist, and I would say that I am not a fan of authority. 9 times out of 10, they're telling me that I cannot perform my field work or do my experiments. I cannot say that I'm fond of this. This was especially problematic when I worked in the university, as field work wasn't really something that they wanted, per se. So I jumped at the chance to actually come into space and potentially observe what kind of wildlife is out there. I have a very hands-on approach to how I study these creatures. I've got a scar from handling things back home on Earth. This one comes from a crocodile. I thought I had darted it. It wasn't fully asleep yet. Hopefully this doesn't bode poorly for me on this adventure. Nonetheless, I am excited to see what comes of it and whether or not I'll be able to finally finish my research paper that's been just years in the making.
Declan.
My name is Declan Lindsay. I am a colonial marshal for the Weyland-Yutani Corp. I have just unkempt features from a hard job full of overwhelming crime and violence. The only thing that I take care of myself is my perfect mustache and my old trusty flask, who's gotten me through many situations. I am always chasing the next clue in any case, leading me to all corners of the universe, trying to solve some problems from my past. And that's how I'm ending up here.
All right. As you step out of the shuttle and onto the docking platform, the station's intercom crackles to life with a calm, authoritative voice, giving directions and status updates. The walls are adorned with Weyland-Yutani logos and motivational posters, reminding everyone of the company's visions and goals. As you and the rest of the shuttle, the passengers from the shuttle, walk through a series of security checkpoints, each more sophisticated than the last. As you are moving through the last checkpoint into the space station, you are greeted by a man in a neatly pressed suit, standing with a posture of authority and calm. His expression is professional, and with a hint of urgency in his eyes. He strides forward with purpose, his polished shoes clacking against the floor, and he extends his hand in greetings. Elliot Sanders, here. He says, you must be the team we have sent for. He walks forward, middle-aged man, combed dark brown hair, deep-set, piercing blue eyes. His demeanor exudes confidence. He also carries a large data pad in the other hand. And welcome to Weyland Orbital Hub 12. I am your corporate liaison. I trust your journey was uneventful, he says without giving you a chance to continue as he spins on his heels.
Oh.
Go ahead.
He didn't give us a chance to finish,
No.
so I was trying to kind of.
Heels, and he says, "Please follow me. I will show you to the waiting room. The mission briefing will begin shortly." So he starts to lead you down a series of corridors. Did you have questions for him as he's walking? Would you have made conversation, possibly?
I'm just kind of observing who's around me.
I look at him and say, did you expect our trip to have been eventful?
Well, you know how shuttle travel is these days. It's fraught with danger out there. We understand.
I've been on plenty of shuttles and I've never had an issue.
You're one of the lucky ones, then, he
wouldn't
says
say
with an
that.
air of elegance. The inside corridors are filled with the hum of machinery and, again, the occasional announcements over the intercom. You notice personnel moving briskly, their faces a mix of focus and concern. Sanders maintains a steady pace, glancing occasionally at his data pad and nodding politely at passing staff. As you move through these corridors, each more impressive than the last, and you pass a large observation window offering a glimpse at the planet below and various sections of the station. The planet is a Class 3 giant with a mesmerizing blend of swirling colors and dynamic weather patterns. Its massive, turbulent atmosphere is churning mix of deep blues and vivid purples and streaks of white, illuminated by a distant sun. Gigantic storms, larger than entire continents, rage across the surface, their rolling clouds creating an intricate and constantly shifting patterns. From your vantage point, you can see flashes of lightning illuminating the clouds and their swirling vortexes of its many storms. Eventually, Sanders stops at a set of large double doors, and they slide open automatically, revealing a spacious and well-appointed waiting area. Plush chairs, sleek tables are arranged neatly, with a large window offering the stunning view in space. Projected display on the center of the room cycles through various corporate achievements and motivational messages. He motions, please make yourself comfortable. The VP will be ready to see you shortly and continue the briefing. I'll return and escort you to the boardroom. Please, in the meantime, feel free to have some refreshments. He motions towards the table filled with items and liquids. If you have any questions, I'll be nearby. He nods curtly and backs out, exiting the room, leaving you to absorb your surroundings and get to know each other. So as you sit, what would you do in this room while you wait?
I think the first thing I would do is comment on, well, this is not going to end well.
Yeah.
This is clearly a bribe.
Yeah, they even brought out the food. I'm not looking forward to meeting this VP guy.
I love how he said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and then walked out the door.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Par the course for these types.
And then the whole thing about, like, what was our ship supposed to have trouble? That seems fishy to me.
I'm a little sad that we didn't get to see anything interesting, but I mean, something deadly wouldn't have been ideal.
Yeah, you see one star, you see them all.
Well, we got food, we got drinks, might as well help ourselves.
Yeah.
You scan the table, not seeing anything that appears remotely alcoholic.
I see that they really take us seriously as adults.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Maybe
Oh,
they've had
hey,
one too many
looks like you got
roughneck
something nice
encounters.
there.
It's nothing. It's water, coffee, water.
You mind sharing a sip with a dry stranger?
Sure, buddy.
No, don't worry. Not gonna drink it all.
There's nothing in there to drink.
Not even 5 minutes off the ship, and we already have to start with this.
Hey,
Hey, if
We got
a
food,
man's
we got
thirsty,
What food?
whatever this
This
stuff
stuff
is.
I mean,
see, a man after my own heart. He got his priorities straight.
he's got his priorities straight, huh?
Yes, ma'am. That's all you need out here.
Well, at least you're not limping.
Yeah.
Yet.
I don't. Well, I suppose not. I didn't wake up this morning with a limp. I don't plan on going to bed with one.
We'll see how long that lasts with this one in tow. So,
Nice.
if he's not the one getting injured, more than likely it's somebody else.
Well, I can't say I avoid injury very well, but I only become injured if I think that the thing that I am putting myself at risk for is worth it.
I'm guessing this one over here was worth it.
Crocodile.
See?
Well, like
I
a
was
real
going
crocodile.
to take, I was going to take some tissue samples to compare to some of the exotic tissue samples that we had, and I had darted this crocodile. I thought he had been fully asleep. He was not. I am very fortunate I didn't have to have reconstructive surgery. However, I have a reminder that you should always wait a couple of seconds after you've darted something that could potentially hit you with its teeth or claws, or whatever other sharp appendages it may have.
You got a good story.
See, my 357 also counts as a dart gun.
I mean, if you want the darts to turn the animals into confetti, certainly.
Well, sometimes you gotta turn something into confetti to get the job done.
I mean, if it's trying to kill you and there's no other way, sure.
Well, it looks like it was trying to do something to you, all right.
Well, it wasn't awake for much longer. It zonked right out about a couple of seconds after it decided to rearrange my face. I got the tissue sample, we did the study. Turns out the creature wasn't reptilian in the slightest. So, yeah.
Well, look at that, Evelyn. Looks like you'll be busy enough after all in this group.
Oh, dear God. Whatever God is left in this solar system. But, if you ever find yourself, on world that happens to have any striker industry hospitals nearby, just drop my name and have them give me a call, and we can probably do something with some med pods that might be in the area to get that cleared up.
Thank you. I get a lot more attention than I would like as a result of this injury, shall we say.
I'm sure.
The door slides open. Sanders appears in the doorway. The meeting is about to begin, he says in a polite tone. If you'll please, follow me. You are again escorted from the conference room down a large sterile hallway into a large conference room where several stern-faced executives await. The boardroom is a stark, high-tech space with a long, polished table made from dark composite materials. Projections flicker with corporate logos and status updates of various projects. The walls are adorned with abstract art, providing minimalistic yet imposing atmosphere. The room is dimly lit with central lighting that casts a cold glow over the table. You see several executives seated, waiting for you to take your places. In the background, you hear distant announcements over the intercom in the hallway as the doors to the conference rooms close. At the head of the table is a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor and sharp features. He wears a tailored suit with a Weyland-Yutani pin on his lapel. His eyes are cold and calculating, giving away his high rank with the corporation. Also at the table is a woman. In her early 40s, composed, professional appearance. She has sharp eyes that miss nothing, as well as calm, a reassuring presence. She wears a lab coat over a business attire. At the end of the table nearest to you is a grizzled veteran, in his 50s, a scar running down his left cheek. A woman in her 30s with short red hair and a piercing gaze. Also at the table is an advanced synthetic, indistinguishable from a human at first glance, with impeccable manners and calm demeanor, wearing a standard Weyland-Yutani uniform. Welcome, everybody. My name is John Harper, Senior Vice President of Operations at Weyland-Yutani. Thank you for assembling at such short notice. I know you must have traveled far to get here, and again, you will be well compensated for your troubles. I know many of you have already got an idea of what we have asked you here for, and he motions for you to sit down.
Actually, nobody's told us anything.
Really? Well, I was under the standing that told that you would at least know where you were going, to the outer rim, right? That's why this job pays so well, that you have to travel so far to get to. Don't worry, I will bring you up to speed. Outpost Theta 7, which is located on the outer rim, has gone silent. This is not just any outpost facility. It is a cornerstone to Weyland-Yutani's ambitious plans for the future, its technology and scientific advancements. We have had a major loss of communication with Theta 7, which is not just a setback. We view it as a critical emergency. However, we cannot just send a huge team. That would draw attention. Instead, we need something more discreet. You understand, something that would not affect our stocks. He continues, Theta 7 is a multidisciplinary research and mining facility. Our researchers there are conducting cutting-edge studies in xenobiology, astrophysics, and material science. Additionally, our mining operations are extracting rare minerals essential for our technological development. As you can see, the work being done there is of utmost importance.
I would agree, especially considering xenobiology. I mean, the things that we're still continuing to find out here, I think it's prudent that we learn as much as we can about them.
Absolutely. He says your task is straightforward but crucial. First, we need you to restore communications, establish contact with Data 7, and ensure the outpost communications are fully operational. That includes repairing or replacing any damaged equipment. He looks directly at you. Assess the situation. Conduct a thorough investigation of the outpost to determine the cause of the communication blackout. It involves checking critical systems, life support, power generators, and all structural integrity. He looks over at you. Ensure personal safety. Locate and secure the outpost personnel. Provide medical aid if necessary. He glances at the two of you. And evaluate the mental and physical health. Prioritize their safe return to the Weyland-Yutani space station, if the situation deems hazard enough. You will travel to Theta 7 aboard the Helios. He motions over to the gruff man with the scar on his face, which has been specifically outfitted for this mission. The Helios has been equipped with the latest technology and is manned with a competent crew, including Captain Jonah Hayes. He points to the man. First mate Ava Sinclair, the young woman with the red hair, and Weyland-Yutani synthetic Bishop. You will be in good hands, he motions to the other three. Due to the sensitive nature of this research facility, you may encounter some unexpected challenges. He says, I wish I could say more, but you might be dealing with sensitive subjects or handling delicate equipment. Discretion and efficiency are paramount. Remember, the information and personnel on Theta 7 are invaluable to Weyland-Yutani. Before you depart, familiar yourselves with some of the safety protocols and regulations regarding life aboard the outpost. I can't stress enough the importance of this mission. Your success of this operation is crucial not only to the safety of the personnel, but also to the future of Weyland-Yutani's projects near the Outer Rim. We are counting on you to handle this situation with the utmost professionalism and competence. And remember, the company is with you. He says this, and immediately you see a weird expression on Jonah Hayes' face. Let's say go ahead and everybody make an observation roll. Let's break you into this slowly.
Okay.
So if you don't have observation, you just roll your wits. But if you have wits, you roll your wits and your observation.
So D6.
Yeah, everybody just grab well, no, it's the number of D6s that you roll.
Yes.
Okay.
So just grab the black ones. You only need the black ones, and you can pass them around just the table.
Yeah.
So it's
So-
your wits plus anything you have in observation. The number
Three.
is the total number of dice you will roll.
So just
Okay, so 8 for me.
And so just get used to rolling the black dice.
8. Okay.
Okay.
And you're only looking for 6s.
I have 1 6.
1 6, all right, pass them down. We're going to see who gets the most 6s. And this is just to help you with game mechanics as we
I
go
need 3
through.
more. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can't see this one. I did not get any.
Okay.
All right.
How many do you need?
So that would be 6 of them. I'll have to also roll 2 more because I have a total of 8 here.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
There should be 10 black ones.
Got it. So let's see.
All you need is the 6s to count up.
I got 2 6s.
All right, so that's 2 successes.
How many?
2 successes.
5.
Yeah, only the 6s count. So when you see this symbol, that's a success. Anything else for these dice rolls doesn't count.
Okay.
Okay. So 8. Nope.
All right, so the 2 successes, Aspen. You see a grizzled man in his 50s with that scar on his left cheek. He has a commanding presence but a no-nonsense attitude. He's wearing a well-worn flight suit adorned with various mission patches. You can tell just by looking at him that he does not agree with Weyland-Yutani's mission statement. And with 2 successes, you can see some kind of beef that he probably has with this VP. However, he is here to do the same mission that you are. As he finishes, as the VP finishes, the lady, the woman in her early 40s, stands up and she goes, I am Dr. Evelyn Reed. I am here to give you some light on some things that you might encounter, as well as some of the safety protocols you must adhere to. She says the Helios has been outfitted with extra EV suits. An EV suit is just a light environmental suit. It is not meant to be worn in space. It is only to help you with decompression or any toxins that may be in the air. We would recommend that while you were on board Theta 7, that you all be in an EV suit. Of course, not you, she motions at Bishop, who is the synthetic. It says also, please remember that any personnel that you encounter, we have specifically hired medics to make sure that they're well taken care of. So please make sure that you stock up with anything that you'll need before you leave the Helios. And she motions over to Captain Jonah and he just nods at you. It seems to be very quiet at the moment. And then also, lastly, most importantly, any of the research that is found would be critical to return. So not only do we need the personnel, but we need the data from the computers as well. So that's why we're sending Bishop. He will help you extract any of that data that's necessary. All of that, plus communications restored, we'll consider that a job well done. And you'll receive full pay, which is some exorbitant amount of money that most of you wouldn't have comprehended. Maybe you would have probably seen, but this could be a good boon for funding further any of your research. She says, before you go, though, I would like to make sure that everybody understands fully, and if you have any questions, you may ask.
Do we have to sign a non-DA? NDA, I'm sorry.
Actually, yes, you will have to sign a non-disclosure about any of the information that you find there, but again, we have Bishop there. He is the only one that's going to be able to interpret most of that anyway. But if you do come across things that are of a sensitive nature, obviously, we would not want those shared with other corporations.
How critical is the information versus the personnel? And if there aren't any personnel that are alive or too far injured, how would you prefer we handle that?
The information is of utmost importance, obviously, but we want to preserve all human life. Any of the survivors, the Helios is well equipped. There was a crew of 74 on Theta 7, and they were all alive and well during our last communication with them, but that was several weeks ago. So we need to make sure that we have figured out some way to get them back safely, or just restore communication and make sure that everything is well on Theta 7.
Are you expecting there to be combat?
No, we don't know. We're actually pretty blind on that. We have no idea what happened with the communication. The last communications that we had were that they had received a large mining shipment from one of the nearby planets, and then that was basically the last time that we heard from them. That was a little over 2 weeks ago.
I wonder if something happened with that mining shipment, if the people they received it from were up to something.
That's what I'm thinking.
We gonna be given, or I guess I, am we given command of Bishop, given that he'll probably be working closely with me on the machine?
No. Bishop is he's his own. He doesn't need to be tended to. He's one of the advanced synthetics, which means he operates on his own.
So he's just a guy.
Absolutely. Think of him as one of your crew.
I don't know. I've never met a synthetic before.
Bishop stands up and he says, well, hi. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Bishop.
That's freaky.
Hi, Bishop.
So
Lovely to meet you.
everybody's seen the movie Aliens, the second one. He is one of the ones that mimics human behavior almost to a T.
Almost.
And the fact that he is so professional and so clean, it definitely gives away that he's a synthetic.
I will never not be creepy.
So Evelyn asked the question, if it's been 2 weeks since communication, why are you only now sending a team? And also, if the information or if you didn't want certain people involved, why didn't you have security orbiting the station, or at least send them in first?
Well, there is a security team on Theta 7, and we assumed that moments, if not weeks after the blackout of communication, we would have had ships returning from Theta 7. It is a 3-week journey in hypersleep to get there. It is a very remote station. Therefore, if we sent a huge, let's say, detachment out there to find out what happened, that would be well known. And there goes any of the secrets that we have in that laboratory. So we need a small team to go in and assess. Like I said, it is a very remote outpost, very far away. So little is known.
So essentially, we're on our own.
Well, you'll have Captain Jonah here and his capable crew.
I imagine that
And any of the survivors. There is a security detail at Theta 7.
And there were 74, so I would imagine at least one person had to have statistically survived, whatever that was.
Oh, we hope it's more than one.
I mean, I would hope it'd be more than one, but this is a lowball estimate.
well, hopefully we have a well-stocked kitchen, given this is probably going to take a while.
Well, the 3-week journey in hypersleep, you won't need to eat.
Yeah, typically you don't get hungry when you're in hypersleep.
You ever been in hypersleep before?
No, not very long.
Nah.
Well,
Though
it'll only seem like moments once you drift off.
I'm
It's
a
like
little more
going-
concerned with the fact that we have zero idea on just how much is damaged at the station.
Well, we're gonna find out, I guess.
And
Well, we have a crew that can hopefully put things back together. I believe between you and Bishop and the rest of the crew, there should be no problems getting any kind of systems back online. I believe that Bishop is an expert in communications and you are well versed in heavy machinery, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, but in my experience, leadership always wants things fixed ASAP. Never quite happens that way.
Well, and there's a full detachment of engineers on the space station as well. But the thing is, we just need communications. So once you get there and figure out what's going on, you can use the Helios to communicate back, and that will let us know what needs to move forward.
Are there any medical facilities at this station?
Yes, there's a well-stocked med bay.
Okay.
Good to know. Good to know.
What do the security forces look like?
We have several security officers, as well as a team of 7 Marines.
I see.
And they do rotate, so they're on a 3-week to 3-month rotation, depending on their contracts. So,
That makes sense.
That's all for me. I don't need nothing else.
It looks like our mission statement is clear.
Captain Jonah, do you have any questions? He says, no, I got it. I'm pretty sure that it's probably just some communications issue. They don't have a part to fix. We got plenty of spare parts on board the Helios. I don't think it'll be any problem at all.
That's my hope.
He looks over at the red-headed first mate. She kind of smiles back at him, and he's like, well, if there's nothing else, I think we should get on our way. The VP says, I like your attitude, Captain.
Do we have time for a drink first? Is there a bar somewhere here?
Dr. Reed stands up. I don't think you want to be drinking before you go into cryo.
Oh, it'll be fine.
That's never a good idea.
It'll be fine. I've done it before. Don't worry about it.
I'd have to recommend against it.
I'll take your professional opinion into account, honey.
Your safety is utmost importance to
I'm
us.
sure it is.
How didn't you vomit everywhere after that? Hypersleep with alcohol. Oh.
So the John Harper stands up and he says, well, if we do get this resolved in a timely manner, consider yourselves taken care of for pretty much the rest of your lives. This is a large expedition, a small amount of people, but a large number of qualified individuals. So we will make sure that you guys succeed in any way we can. Like I said, the company stands behind you. With that, the captain, Jonah Hayes, stands up. He's like, all right, well, I think it's about time we hit those freezers, don't you?
Whatever you say, Cap.
Bishop stands up and he says, yes, we shall. I will get everybody properly installed.
Can you not speak
into
like that,
cryo.
please? That's creepy as fuck.
He's like, this is my regular voice. I don't know what you mean.
All right, whatever.
So he stands up and leads you out into the hallway. And let me get back to my notes here. I just scrolled down by accident.
Well, at least the synth seems to have more manners than the...
All right.
I don't even know who it was that let us in. I forgot him already.
As you leave the
Oh, the
boardroom
soup.
and making
Elliot
your way to
Sanders.
the Helios, through the sterile white corridors of the space station that stretch out before you, the air a little cold in space. Midway through, a figure steps out from a side corridor blocking your path. A tall, imposing man in a Weyland-Yutani security uniform. His stern expression is an air of authority, with a slight scar above his left eyebrow, hinting at past confrontations. Hold up. I need to see your clearance before you proceed. He looks down at all of you for your badges.
What? This
As
thing
you
on
hold
me?
up your badges, you notice that on the back is your personal agenda for Act 1. He says, the man says sternly, you're about to head into a very dangerous situation. Make sure you're prepared for anything. His eyes looking back and forth suspiciously. He looks at Captain Hayes and hands a large data pad to him before they both break into a smile, dropping the act and shaking hands. It's been a while, Marcus, Captain Hayes says. Marcus replies, grinning. It's been a very long time. The last time I saw you, you were knee-deep in that mess on LV-426. How have you been holding up? Captain Jonah Hayes smirking. You know me, Marcus. Still kicking and flying. Speaking of messes, what's the situation on Theta 7? I hear it's pretty bad. As they continue walking down the hall, Marcus says, yeah, it's not great. We've had a total comms blackout for the past couple of weeks. Last transmission was garbled. Sounded like there was something to do with a mining shipment that came in. Had some system failures, nothing major. Then all of a sudden communications went dead. Captain Jonah says, damn, Weyland-Yutani still sending people into the blind. What's the crew's morale like? They're a bit on edge, at least to say. People are spooked from the silence of Theta 7. Rumors are flying around what might have happened. Some say it's a tech failure. Others, something more sinister. Captain nods. I can't say I blame him. Anything in the records about experimental or hazardous materials? Nothing concrete, but you know how tight-lipped the company can be. Officially, it was started as a mining research. Unofficially, well, who knows what they've been poking at out there. I got a bad feeling about this one. Captain Jonah chuckles. When don't you have a bad feeling, Marcus? But seriously, I hear you. We'll be ready for anything. He looks at the rest of the crew. Any intel on the outpost? Layout? Anything that we can use? Same old design as the other outposts. A central hub, command and control, research living quarters, top-notch science facilities, and some key areas. Security comms room, reactor core. I'd check there. Likely if you're losing power. It's probably one of those places. As they approach the airlock, you see that Marcus slips the captain a small data pad. Almost in secret, but you were able to see it. Well, be careful out there. We'll see you in about 6 weeks or thereabouts. He nods at everybody and heads back the way he came. As you arrive at the airlock, you catch a glimpse of the Helios outside of one of the observation windows. It's a mid-sized spacecraft designed for both cargo and personnel transports. Its exterior is sleek and utilitarian with a reinforced hull, plating, and multiple thrusters for enhanced maneuverability. You see one of the display readouts of the ship as you walk next to the airlock. The Helios is divided into several key sections, including the bridge, three large cryosleep chambers, crew quarters, several cargo holds, a large engineering section, and a science and medical bay. According to the briefing of the ship, is equipped with a state-of-the-art navigation and communication system, and it's also AI Mother oversees all operations. You are led on board by Bishop, while the captain and Ava remain in the airlock. I will assist you in the cryosleep chamber. Please let me know if you have any specific needs. Bishop leads you through the airlocks into the ship. As you reach the cryo chamber, hold on, I'm getting a message here. As you reach the cryosleep chamber, I just had to click off of it. Oh no, my notes keep moving around. Oh, come on. There we go, come on. There it is. As you, Did that screen come up yet? No.
It's
Yeah, there's something wrong with the Wi-Fi here. It just won't seem to go big. Did it go big?
Nope.
not yet.
Nope.
We're just going to leave it like that then. I apologize. As you step into the cryosleep chamber, the Helios, you're immediately struck by the sterile and almost clinical atmosphere of the room. And I might have that here.
Reminds me of the university labs.
Reminds me of a prison. Except a lot cleaner.
There we go.
To be fair, university labs were prison-like. I'd much rather be out in the field, as that's where organisms generally live and can be observed in a natural state rather than just as an animal panicking in captivity, you know?
The chamber is lit. Okay, I see what I did wrong. Chamber is lit by soft bluish lights embedded in the ceiling, casting an ethereal glow that reflects on the polished metal surfaces. I'm going to keep hitting this to see if it will go bigger.
There it went. Oh, it refreshed.
Casting through, the air is cool and carries the faint scent of antiseptic scent. Lining the walls are sleek cylindrical pods, each equipped with a transparent lid that allows you to see inside. The pods are made of a high-tech composite material designed to ensure the safety and comfort of its occupants. And I am pretty miffed that this thing will not go full screen. I keep trying it again. The center of the room is dominated by a large display
There you go.
that provides a comprehensive overview of all of the cryopods, closely monitored by Mother. The interface looks sophisticated, but user-friendly, allowing quick access and information to make any adjustments. As you approach your assigned pods, you notice the subtle hum of the cryogenic machinery, and the sounds both calming and reminds you of the advanced technology that will be keeping you safe in the pods. Inside the pods, soft contoured liner cradles your body, designed to minimize discomfort during cryosleep period. A built-in biometric system continuously monitors your health, ensuring any anomalies are immediately addressed in the ship's protocols. Bishops directs you to each of your pods. After stowing your weapons and gear, he directs you to the one that has your name on the screen. Have a good sleep. I will see you in a couple of weeks. As you sit down in the pods and lay back, the cryosleep process initializes itself with smooth mechanical precision. You settle into the pod, the lid lowers slowly, sealing you in with a hiss of air. The temperature drops gradually, and you feel a wave of coolness enveloping your body. The lights inside the room dim, and you hear a soothing voice from Mother. Cryosleep protocol initiated. Relax and remain calm. You will be awakened on arrival at Theta 7. Safe travels. Your consciousness begins to fade, and you are left with an impression of the cryosleep chamber, a serene, high-tech sanctuary designed to carry you through the vast emptiness of space. As you sleep, you shift into dreams. Anybody that has gone into cryosleep knows that you're encouraged to dream so that your mind will be taken away. So, what is your brief dream that you might be having? We'll start with you.
I imagine Charlie's probably just dreaming of having a nice scotch, eating a nice meal at a fine restaurant that he could never have afforded before in his life, thinking about the kind of easy living he'll have after this job.
Evelyn?
Evelyn is not a fan of cryosleep and the dreams it tends to bring. It always tends to end up in nightmares that she can't escape from that go on for way too long. So she tends to have reoccurring nightmares of what would be called the rite of passage for her family, being from Stryker Industries. So as a medic, she would constantly have to prove herself, and the rite of passage is the last essential test of proving yourself as a medical professional, where you're thrown into a very dire situation for 2 years, usually with gangs or people that are disenfranchised. So she has nightmares of that time, that last bit of genuine joy she might have had for being a medic, and having all of that basically the bowels of society thrown into her face and having to survive through that and make her way through. She's not having a good time. She's desperately hoping to wake up from this nightmare as soon as possible.
Aspen.
Aspen's dreams are not particularly linear. They're really more of a collection of small vignettes. The first, her reliving a little bit of her childhood. She hears her parents screaming at each other from another room and remembers what nasty thing she heard said about her mother's ability to manage money and her father's tendency to go off with other women from classmates who somehow got wind of it. The scene changes immediately, and she finds herself in a laboratory with no doors. There are endless wet slides, and she is having to stare into hundreds and hundreds of microscopes one by one, and she is so bored. Finally, she's in the wilderness somewhere. It doesn't look like Earth wilderness. There's something strange about it. The plants are black, as though they photosynthesize from a star that is perhaps a red dwarf. There are all sorts of very peculiar creatures around. She has darted something with 6 legs and bioluminescent eyes, and is currently gathering a tissue sample of it to take back with her. She's content that she's no longer staring at hundreds and hundreds of microscopes any longer.
Declan.
At first, it's very nice. It's Declan. He's sitting on a nice warm beach. He's surrounded by booze and beautiful women. And then all of a sudden, there's gunshots and dead bodies everywhere. And then from there, it just repeats gunshots and bodies of the faces of the people that he's met and lost in the line of duty, victims of different crimes who have haunted him. And it just comes back and back and back like that until he wakes up.
All right. And wake up you do. As you are dreaming, your dreams start out peaceful, and eventually they all start to twist and turn, and then as your eyes come opening, you see flashing lights, and in the background, and you hear distant siren. Immediately you hear the hissing of the pod opening. You also hear clattering sounds, and those sounds sound like possibly something impacting the hull of the ship.
What the hell is going on?
All right.
Just woke up.
You awaken to the sound of the alarms and flashing emergency lights. Mother speaks in her calm, mechanical voice. Debris impact detected. All crew to stations. You're able to grab some of your items from the nearby tables. However, being ripped from cryosleep is not a fun experience. Everybody takes 2 points of stress. So immediately, your body is just having a hard time concentrating and functioning. You shake the effects of cryosleep off, and you go to the doorway. Immediately, the door opens. Bishop standing outside.
Jesus!
I see.
What the hell's
You're
going
awake.
on?
Bishop, what happened?
It appears that you have been woken early. The captain and
Oh,
Ava
shit.
are already on the bridge.
How early?
Declan, if you and Aspen will please join on the bridge, and Charlie and Evelyn.
Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did I say it right?
Aspen. Evelyn.
Okay. If you will accompany me, we need some help in the engineering room.
Okay.
In the
So-
engineering room.
In the engineering room,
I
yes.
guess we get right to it.
All right.
All right, so you two are headed off to the bridge. The way
Yes.
is pretty simple to the bridge. You get to the bridge and you notice that the alarms are still flashing in the consoles on the bridge. Again, Mother's voice. Debris impact detected. All crew to stations. The flurry of activity on the bridge. You notice that the captain and Ava are hunched over a console looking, and they call you over, and he's like, "There's just something wrong here. We've gotten, we're only 2 weeks into our journey. However, we've had an impact with some debris, and there's something strange on the monitor. He says, I wonder if you guys can make any sense of it. And he looks directly at you.
Let me take a look.
All right, so I need you to make a comms check.
Okay, comms check. That would be 5, 6, 7, 8 again. I'm gonna grab. I keep having to stand up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we should have done 2 racks of dice there. We'll do that next time.
So.
Oh, also you need to roll 2 yellow dice
That's
for your
right.
stress.
So no 6s
The 6s count on the yellow
and
dice.
1 scorpion,
1 scorpion. Okay.
or I guess face hugger.
Yes, face hugger. That's a stress. So when you get stressed out, you have reactions to your stress. So I'm going to need you to make a stress or panic roll.
Okay.
So if you rolled 1 or more of your stress dice, you roll your panic roll, which means you roll a d6 and add your stress level.
Got it. So 4, 5, 6.
6. You're keeping it together. You managed to keep your nerves in check, but barely. You had no successes?
No.
No successes. Okay, so you take a look at the instrument panel and you notice that there's something there, an anomaly. You're not quite sure what it is. It just appears to be some kind of sensor blip or something that is obstructing. That doesn't really make sense because it's way too large to be any kind of like debris as you hear small things clattering against the hull.
What the hell is that?
Do
That's
you have
not
any
debris.
experience in this? The captain looks over at you. Ava's scratching her head. Captain, I don't understand. I don't know what this could be.
I'm not too good with comms, but I suppose I can take a look.
Please do.
So we'll roll in 5, and then 2 stresses. So we got 2 successes and 1 failure.
Was it a face hugger?
Oh no, it's not a face hugger, so it's a 6.
6? Okay, so that's 3 successes.
3 successes.
So you're managing to use some of the skills that you kind of keep hidden down deep, and you're looking at it and you're like, that's the shape of a space station.
Is that Theta? Is that Theta on the comm?
Can't be. We're still a week away. How
That's-
could that be?
It's Captain, with all due respect, the debris is space station shaped.
I'll have to take you at your word on that. Ava's like, I don't understand how that could be. Immediately they
It's
jump
on the
back into
goddamn
their
screen,
chairs.
is what I'm saying.
How did it get here? What space station even is this?
So you start to just kind of like watch them get into action. The captain jumps in the chair and immediately is on the thrusters, maneuvering the ship, trying to get out of the debris field. Ava takes her seat in second. Meanwhile, you walk through a large cavernous storage area. You see that there's lots of crates, but there's mostly empty space here. And you notice that you can barely kind of see into what is another cryopod chamber that has many cryopods just stacked in there. All appear to be empty. You also notice that this dim light and the smell of metal and machine oil, but you do see that some of this have been jostled loose with the debris impact. Bishop calmly leads you down a gantry to the next series of chambers, and you see this gigantic engine or device that's just sitting there kind of humming and glowing. And you notice next to it, 2 bodies. Doctor, can you see what happened to the rest of our crew?
Holy
I
shit, I guess
wasn't
you're up,
even-
Evelyn.
I wasn't even aware that there were more people on this ship.
Yes, we have 2 roughnecks that work. Charlie, can you see if you can figure out what might be going wrong with the engine? You see red flashing lights and control panels just going crazy right now.
Well, I guess, let me step around this dead body up in here and take a look-see.
All right. So you walk over to the panels. Go ahead and make a heavy machinery roll would probably be your best bet.
Is there any attribute added to that?
So it's heavy machinery and
So-
your
Strength.
strength.
Yeah, so it'd be 7 of them.
And then you also roll 2 of the stress die as well. So you have quite a bit of dice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So the stress gives you extra chances to get a 6, but it also has effects that aren't always needed.
2 successes?
Okay? Anything else?
No.
All right. You quickly look at the scanners and you see that something has been jammed out of place, and there was a large piece of machinery that was dislodged, probably from something like a support or structural beam getting knocked out of place with that large debris that was hitting the outside of the ship, and basically dropped a big piece of the engine further down. But you can easily bypass the system and you immediately start to get to work on it, but it's going to take you a little bit of time to get the engines back up to full speed. Meanwhile, you notice the two bodies laying on the ground.
So I quickly go over to examine the two bodies that are on the floor to just check if they actually are dead or if they're just knocked out.
Make a medicine roll,
Okay.
or a med check.
Okay, medicine check. So that would be, let me see here.
So that's your wits plus med and 2 stress.
For wits, they have observation, survival, and
Oh,
contact.
I'm sorry, the other one.
Be empathy.
Oh, there.
Empathy, my
Thank
bad.
you. All right, so medical aid and empathy, so 7.
And then 2 stress dice.
Yes.
All right. Oh, sorry. Wow, just absolutely terrible. So I do not have. I did not have any successes for the black ones. Do the ones matter or no?
No. Oh, wait, the ones for the black ones do not matter.
Okay, so no successes and
no facehuggers?
Yeah, no facehuggers.
So something that you can do in this game is you can push your roll. It will add stress, so you automatically get another stress dice, but you can re-roll any roll to push it to make sure you try to succeed. So do you want to risk getting more stress by pushing that roll?
No, I'm not going to risk pushing that roll and getting more stress in this scenario.
Okay, so looking over the bodies, you notice that one of their heads is crushed in and is clearly gone. The other one, though, has pretty significant wounds, but just checking over the body, you don't really see any signs of life.
Okay. All right, so pretty significant wounds. Am I able to tell what kind of wounds? I don't know if it's just a matter.
Well, they've been like crushed.
Okay,
Something
so it's just
fell
one-
on them
okay.
probably and then fell further down inside of the engine itself.
Okay, so I basically motioned to Bishop as calmly as I can, still being stressed and woken up and pretty irritated from cryo sleep. That there's nothing that can be done here. They're gone, and it's best that we just wrap them up at this point so that they don't. I mean, granted, we're in space and there's not really any risk of decomposing, but just to clear things up a little bit and so that other people don't get stressed.
He's like, that's very unfortunate. Let's get the bodies away from the engine so that we can continue our repairs. He goes over and grabs one of the bodies and begins to drag it away. Do you want to help him?
Yeah, I'll help him.
All right. You begin dragging the other body, and you notice that as you're dragging him, they're just lifeless. They have been completely smashed or whatever. And you do notice that as you're pulling the body away, you notice that there's still more debris, and it's just kind of dangling overhead.
Debris.
Overhead. Like
Okay.
Over the, yeah.
Okay, I take as I'm dragging the body and I notice this. Can I take a look?
Make
All right.
an observation roll.
Okay, observation roll. That it would be 6 then as well. Am I still
And
stressed?
stress.
Yep.
So any rolls that you make with stress, you add those 2 dice. Again, it gives you more chances for success.
One. Oh gosh, darn it. All right, so 2 successes and 1 face hugger.
All right, so for the success rolls, you do notice that the piece that's like swinging free is actually like a crane, and that crane must have been holding something in place, but the rope or chain has snapped, and that's probably what fell.
Okay.
The crane itself does not appear that it's going to fall, but it does let you know kind of what must have happened.
Okay.
They were either moving something out of the way, and the impact caused it to jostle or break loose and fall on the 2 crew members. However, for the stress roll, I need you to roll a d6 and add 2.
A D6 and add 2. Add 2 to the roll?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you should have the stress chart in your little packets there, but I've got it pulled up here too. So
Sorry, when you say add 2, you mean 2 dice or?
2 to the roll.
Okay, gotcha.
So just roll 1 die and add 2.
Oh gosh darn it. 3.
3? No, you want to roll low. So you're
Oh,
keeping
okay.
it together. 6 or less means you keep it together and you manage to keep your nerves in check.
Okay.
Anything higher, there would be small effects, and then anything really high would eventually result in other things.
Okay, so I don't add another notch to the stress level.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, actually, no. If on a panic roll you do, yeah, you gain 1 more stress.
Oh gosh darn it.
You're right. Thank you for reminding me.
All right.
Yeah. How you gain stress on a failed stress roll. Make a panic roll that you just did. Okay. So as you are pulling the bodies free, Charlie, you managed to get the engine tightened up and running again. You notice that some of the red lights begin to stop flashing. The console's not screaming at you anymore. And you hear over the comms the captain say, that's great. Good work down there. We're going to need everybody up to the bridge immediately. We've got kind of a situation here we're trying to figure out. Bishop says calmly, we're on our way. Immediately he leads you up, not even mentioning the crew members over the radio. As you all reach the bridge and you're all together again, the captain says there's some issue here where it appears that the Theta 7 space station is now coming our direction. He says these things are mobile, but for something like this, for it to be moving this fast, something must have gone horribly wrong, or they were trying to return the space station back to the Weyland-Yutani station, which is very unorthodox. He says, I think we need to dock at the space station and find out what's going on.
Well, that explains the fender bender downstairs.
Actually, what happened down there, Bishop says, well, the other two, they were not so lucky. They did not make it. Ava kind of shakes her head and she's like, that's not a good sign.
How did they die?
Not a good sign.
There was a bit of a accident from the impact, and she's a little flustered. So there's a little bit. When whatever impacted us, the station, whatever they were transporting on a crane, it looked to have snapped, and it seems as though at the very least their deaths were quick. They were crushed.
Wow.
That's not a fun way to go.
I mean, it's better than bleeding out.
I guess that's true. It's quick at least.
Well, I don't know who's to blame for that, the captain says. It was the Weyland company that put this new equipment on our ship, and if it's something that they've done wrong, well, they'll be paying extra for that. He says, as you notice that now up on the screen, you can see quite clearly what seems to be the outline of a large space station. It somewhat resembles a round cylindrical base that goes up and then it goes down into like these antennae at the bottom, and then it's got this large ring that goes all the way around. There's a little illustration of it here, but I don't think you're really going to be able to see much more than just that.
Oh, nice.
So it's quite large
Well, that's
for
fancy.
75 people, 74 people aboard.
I wonder what they were researching if they needed that much space.
Well,
I'd
it
love
also
to
does
know.
mining and stuff too. So, as you are standing on the bridge, the captain says, "Well, we'll need to dock with the station and get aboard and find out what's going on. I think that's our best option. Don't you agree?"
Yeah, I guess.
I don't think we have much
for
of a
it, but to go check it
choice.
out.
Unless you want to go back to the other station.
Okay, so he is going to roll his piloting skill and see if everybody dies.
I don't have high hopes for whoever's on
Wait,
that
what?
station.
Did NPCs have to roll to see if they kill us?
It would appear to be the
All
case.
right, good thing he got, even with his 2 stress, 3 successes. So he skillfully pilots the Helios into position for a synchronistic orbit around the space station, which does appear to be spinning on its axis still, which is a good sign. That means there'll be gravity. And is able to dock. With a clanging sound, the ship docks to the side of the space station, and the ship is jolted. You hear things from below deck kind of tumbling as they hit the ground, where they must have been knocked loose from the impact. You do notice that surrounding the actual space station itself, and now visible from the outside windows, are large pieces of debris that just seem to be swirling around, caught in the large station's gravitational field. As the ship docks, he's like, all right, everybody, you need to get into an EVA suit and go ahead and arm up. He says you'll find all your weapons and stuff stowed in the arsenal, which is right across from the cryo bay. And he says we'll head out in just a couple of minutes. He also says, I'll probably leave Ava here as a point of communications for all of you. And he hands 2 of you radios. So he'll hand you a radio, and then he'll hand you a radio. And he says, we'll need at least some communications throughout. I don't know if the communications on the space station are working or not. As you get all of your stuff ready to go, the anticipation of going onto the space station for the first time finally hits you. You're literally walking into the unknown.
Dun dun dun.
I wonder if they have a pest control issue. I mean, I brought my dart gun, so if we see anything, I can, knock it unconscious.
I
You're
also
bringing the
brought
dart
my
gun?
dart gun.
I am.
My darts are just a little bit bigger
Is
than
there
your
Those
darts.
are slugs, man.
is there anything in the armory that resembling a pistol that I could possibly bring?
Yes, there is. There is a service pistol.
Okay.
Charlie's just gonna go ahead and grab his blowtorch, grab his compression suit. and
Okay.
Make sure he's all slotted up. Looks like there's a lot of things to fix at this point.
All right, and your tool belt.
And my tool belt, trusty tool belt, radio goes right on it.
Okay, all right. You couldn't have slept without, or you couldn't have slept in that though. So just FYI. Trying to get this thing to go full screen again. I'm seeing it in the reflections here, but I don't think it's going to work.
Also, do we have our normal gear with us?
Yeah, anything that you have in your character sheet, you'll have.
Cool.
It's just not always going to, stay with you if something happens. And anything that's not on your character sheet that you might have access to, if you find something, that's why I went ahead and would suggest you putting like your weapon skills and stuff on there. But we'll get to that if we need to. I mean, why would we need that kind of stuff, right?
Exactly.
Trying to get this thing full screen. I don't think it's going to work. Something to do with the timer on this.
There we go.
All right. So you immediately go over to the airlock. The airlock has this panel on it, which, amazingly enough, is flashing red. For some reason, the airlock will not open from this side. Normally, it would just be once the docking is secure and that the decompression is complete, it would immediately cycle and open the airlock, but it is not opening. The captain looks at you and says, "Charlie, do you think that you could give this door a hand to get it open?"
Yep, right on it, Chief. Heavy machinery, yes?
Heavy machinery. Well, yeah, you could do heavy machinery, or you could do contact, but heavy machinery is going to be your jam.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Instead of looking at the controls for this, you go straight for the mechanics and try to disable it.
1 success.
All right, 1 success. It's enough. Marring up the side of the actual console and panel, you take a wrench and adjust something, and you're able to get it to quickly release. The door opens with a hiss. Inside, you are seeing now a maze of twisted metal and flickering emergency lights. The exterior of the hull, as you can see it through the portholes, show recent signs of damage. Inside, you see that it's just a large area with hardly any lights. The emergency lighting seems to have kicked in, but it is not very bright.
Can I do an observation roll to see what kind of damage it is?
Absolutely.
So, 8.
So looking out of the small port windows, are you talking about inside or outside?
Inside.
Yeah, okay.
So, roll 8 and then 2 stresses. So we have no successes and 1 stress.
So you got a face hugger?
I got a face hugger,
So
so
it's-
keeping it together.
Oh, you got a D6 plus 2. So you roll another D6 plus 2.
Okay. 2 yellows.
No, just the number 2. So just roll a D6 and add 2, I should have said.
Okay. So 4 plus 6 is, or 4 plus 2 is 6.
You're still keeping it together.
Okay. And then I get another stress.
Gain another stress. Anytime you roll a face hugger, you get a stress automatically, but you also have to roll to see if there's any kind of like panic or panic roll is what it's called. Normally you don't have to worry about it unless you get into the like teens and stuff, but I'm sure we'll get there. Stress doesn't, just occur naturally. As you aboard the shuttle, you notice that the structural damage Doesn't really match the inside. This seems to be something caused from possibly the shifting of the space station. You notice that you hear creaking sounds all over where there should be none. It seems a little unstable. You're pretty happy that you're wearing your Evo suits, because if there was a problem with the air, it wouldn't be bothering you now.
Charlie, I think this place is about to fall apart, to be honest.
Yeah, this place looks like shit.
The captain looks around and he says, this is not a good sign. For one, Data 7 shouldn't be moving. Obviously something's terribly wrong, but the damage here, it does not look safe. The first thing Ava says over the radio, Captain, we do see a problem. There's a malfunction in their propulsion systems. We're going to need answers fast. The space station is actually moving. Also, I'm having a problem with our radio. We're not seeming to be able to get a signal out. We've radioed the base, or the Weyland-Yutani space station several times. We're not getting anything. I don't know if it's a malfunction on our end or if there's something blocking it. We'll need to check their communications. Also, you might need to find some personnel, maybe to aid you, because that's a pretty big station you're looking at. Bishop says, I couldn't agree more, Captain. We are going to have to split up. I think the best way to do this is to send a team in each direction.
Called it.
Captain says, this is the worst case scenario. This is something that we couldn't possibly have imagined. However, it does seem like the consequences could be even worse depending on where the space station is heading. He asked Ava to get a readout on maybe where the space station trajectory will take it and how much time we have. She says, right on it. I'll get right on it and get back to you. So with that, we need to divide up into some teams, the captain says, looking at all of you. I know that one thing that we need to do is check the maintenance, which is down on the lower decks.
I called the metal boy. I'm going to need some strong arms to help move some stuff around.
All right, so you're going to take
I'll take Bishop.
Bishop? Captain, I will be most useful in this situation. All right, so he will send you and Bishop. So looking down the long central corridor that leads to the central spire of this space station is the elevators in the main central hub. The actual ring that goes around it, where the docking ring is, will be useless to try to get around and navigate that way, especially considering the structural damage. We need to be careful when it comes to dealing with anything with the hull. Also need somebody to go and possibly check on the bridge. Maybe I should head that endeavor.
I'll go with you, Cap.
You go with me? All right, excellent. And then maybe you two, can you search for survivors?
We certainly can.
All right. You get to the elevator, so you notice that there's 3 elevator pods. However, one of them is not in service. The other one, the captain will get onto, and Declan, if you'll accompany me.
Yes.
You walk into the elevator, and looking at the schematic, the bridge is at the very top under the observation deck. So he immediately pushes the button and he says, we'll send the elevator back down. You notice that the central area hub here is a large, it's in much better condition, I should say. The structure seems more intact. There's large view windows where you can actually see outside. And there's like comfortable seating, lounge areas, and possibly, somewhere where people would come and relax. Although the lighting is still on the fritz. The second elevator leads down to maintenance. Are you two getting in?
Look there, Bishop. I guess that's our ride.
Very well. After you. You walk into the elevator, push the button down to maintenance. You notice that the maintenance is right underneath the engines, or the propulsion, or the reactor for this. And then further way down at the bottom is the communications. He says, I think we should stop in the maintenance first and see if we can repair some of the lights and the power outages. Wouldn't you say?
Seems reasonable enough.
Pushes the button and the elevator slowly goes down, leaving you two standing alone in the dark.
I'm not optimistic about anyone actually surviving in here, considering the amount of structural damage we saw coming in here. And plus, it seems very quiet.
It does. It looks bad. I'm beginning to wonder if there was some kind of a pest animal on that mining shipment that preys upon humans for whatever reason.
Okay, I'm all for saving life, but honestly, creatures, animals, that's your thing. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna hope that that's not the case, and if it is, we're gonna leave that to you. So, I guess let's head left or right.
I mean, any way could have survivors. Let's go left, I guess.
All right. So we're gonna head left.
All right. Why don't we go to the cryo thing? Y'all see cryo again?
Yeah. Well, actually, we see the
Or it looks like a med
med bay.
Med bay. Okay,
Yeah.
Let me try this.
I see the cover of the...
Alright. Wasn't supposed to be there. It is.
Oh dear
That
God.
makes sense,
It's a
okay.
little bit better.
This
I should
ambiance
cycle.
is fabulous.
All right. So you say you head off to the right.
Left.
The
Yep.
left. Again, it's kind of in a circular pattern. You start heading around and you notice that it goes through large hatches, and they're kind of like a cutout of the exact same thing, just in a different position. You do notice that there's a set of stairs that lead up on this side, and that there are signs of like knocked over drinks and beverages, and some just random like debris here, where maybe somebody was relaxing and then left.
They weren't relaxing for long.
You can continue on to the next compartment, or you can go up the stairs.
I'm gonna head up the stairs. I'm somewhat concerned about us sticking together, but I'm making sure that I keep an eye on, for some reason I'm forgetting your name right now. Rose. I know that's your last name, but Aspen, there we go. Sorry. I was thinking of the Aspen bedding. So, yeah, I'm making sure to still keep an eye on Rose, but I'll go up the stairs.
All right. Cautiously walking up the stairs, you're sticking together, right?
Yes.
You do notice that you're getting to some like darker areas where there's no lights, and you're like wondering, did either of us grab a flashlight?
No, I did not grab a flashlight.
I don't
And
think I did either.
I
I wasn't anticipating no light.
was expecting at least some working power. You know, Wayland spares no expense, but yeah.
Generator or something, you know?
So, is there any light source nearby?
There's like stuffed emergency lights. Most of them are like red and very dull. You do notice that as you walk up, you're walking into some of the crew quarters. In the crew quarters, some of them are like very neat and organized sections for the short-term like resting, and then also there's some sleeping areas, like bunks with like 6 bunks within one chamber, one room. Also, further around in the ring, you see that there's cryo chambers, and some of the cryo chambers actually have people in them.
Okay, I'm gonna go actually check out the cryo chambers, and basically, say I wasn't expecting that at this point.
Did you wake them?
Well, let's check and see if they're still alive first.
All right, so make a Comtech roll.
Okay. Comtech.
Well, actually, you could do a medical roll to look at them, or you could do a Comtech to check the machinery.
I will basically look at them first before checking the actual equipment. So I'm going to do it will be a medical aid check.
Okay, so do a medical aid check on the people themselves, and then you'll add your 2 stress die as well. Or 3 stress dice now. Taking any successes as they come.
Okay, please no ones. Oh, love of God. 1 success and 1 face hugger.
All right, so we'll do the success first. So you're looking at and you check over them. Inside is a young woman, probably in her 30s, with blondish hair. However, her face is very gaunt and distorted. From what you know about cryosleep, it's a combination of a gas that puts you to sleep, along with the lower temperatures. However, the gas is extremely toxic in the wrong amounts, or if you're asleep and they're deprived, basically you'll get freezer burn, and that's what it looks like has happened.
Oh gosh.
And you look inside of almost every one of these pods that has people in it, and they appear to be just like frozen burn.
Oh jeez. Oh man. All right. So obviously she's getting a little bit more. Well, we'll resolve that.
And actually you've been around death before plenty.
Yeah.
So you'll need to take a stress for
Okay.
this. Anytime you see like dead corpses or people dying in front of you, it often gives you stress.
Yeah, so I'm normally I'm not too fazed by this. Again, my stress levels are a little up, but
All right, now let's take care of that panic roll. So roll a d6 and add 3 now.
4.
So 4 total?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still keeping it together.
Yep.
Barely.
So and I add another or no?
Yeah, anytime you make, anytime you do a panic roll, you add a stress.
Okay. So she's clearly seeing that basically all of these people are essentially dead, and she's not so much concerned that she's not distraught by the fact that they're dead, but more what it bodes for her and the rest of the crew that they are all dead. Like they're not obviously the 75 people are there, but a good fair amount. How many people are actually there?
In this area, there's 4 bodies, and there's also 4 empty pods. So it
Okay.
seems like half of the shift sleeps, while the other half is active doing whatever it is that they do.
Okay. This is concerning.
Yeah, I don't like this.
And oh dear. Okay. She's essentially going to. There's nothing else I can really. There's nothing essentially I can do here. At the very least, they died in their sleep. But it seems that whatever happened here, half of them were possibly awake for it, and half of them weren't, and they just didn't make it. So.
Oh. Do you think that this happened because of like a malfunction, or was it sabotage somehow?
That I am not able to tell, but whether or not it was a malfunction or sabotage, these people died from someone either pushing the equipment to this level, which is very unsafe, or basically, obviously, half the ship that they were on is clearly floating in space. So.
And it's at that moment you notice a soft banging noise coming. And we'll cut away. As the elevator goes up to the skies, it seems, just moving up and up and up. Looking out of the glass, you can see now down below you the ring getting smaller and smaller. And as you reach the top, you notice that the readout shows bridge level. The door opens with a shutter. Immediately you're met with chaos. There's flashing lights just kind of going off, and you notice that immediately you see a lot of the same twisted metal where the hull seems to have taken damage. The captain peeks his head out of the elevator wearily and says, "I guess we're here." He strides forward, and you notice his hand resting over his sidearm. Walking over to a console, looking at it. He kind of pokes around at it for a second. And he still only has...
I'm going to do the same thing, have my hand resting on my gun.
Okay. So he's going to make a contact roll and fail, and he's like, I can't figure out what's going on here. Maybe you can take a look at it and see.
Sure, I can take a look.
You notice that the console itself is taking damage, but it's still operational. There's power coming from somewhere. It just seems like maybe it's on reserve power or backup.
8, okay. So we got 2 successes and another success, so 4 successes.
4 successes, all right. Seeming like it's almost second nature to you, you begin kind of bypassing some of the damaged systems, knocking them away out of the screen, and eventually you get to the door protocol and you're able to just kind of bypass it. As you do that, you notice that several doors in the area just seem to kind of open up. Immediately when they open up, you notice that one of them has like signs of damage. Like there's clear signs of battle damage. There's like holes in the wall, and you see what could be like smears of blood. And then just barely visible, you see what could be like a limb just kind of sitting in one of the rooms.
Like a single limb?
Well, just like part of the limb, yeah, that you can see.
Okay.
You also see clearly onto the bridge. On the bridge itself seems pretty vacant from first glance. The captain says, all right, well, this is not looking good at all. He draws his weapon and begins to walk to the bridge.
I do the same.
All right. Drawing your weapons and walking onto the bridge, you notice that this large bridge overlooks the space station, and you can kind of see this like glass frame. However, in that glass itself, you can immediately see many cracks. And you haven't even pondered about the air in here yet, but you notice that on your readings on your suit, the atmosphere in here is not breathable.
Okay.
So anybody that is not in a vac suit right now, or a evac suit, would probably be dead.
But we're in the suits.
Yeah,
Okay.
y'all are in your suits.
This is real bad, Cap. And I gesture to the cracks on the dome, and to the limb.
Make an observation roll.
All right. No successes. No successes.
All right.
Oh, one success.
All right, one success.
One success.
You kind of feel, as you're looking out over the cracks and everything, you notice that this is reinforced glass. This is not like your typical window pane. This glass is meant to take damage. And looking at it, knowing that these cracks are, where they are positioned, the cracks could be there without leaking atmosphere. You think that maybe the atmosphere problem could be coming from somewhere else.
Okay.
There doesn't appear to be any missing glass, and you don't see any signs of like air escaping or whatever, because there would still be air in here. It's not as cold as it is in space. It's just that the air is too thin in here to be breathing right now.
Can I look on any of the consoles for anything that Declan might think would be like atmospheric controls or something?
Absolutely. Make a comm check.
Okay.
A new one. This is for a different observation thing.
So that's just 5. So we got 2 successes. And 1 success, 1 stress.
All right. So you got one of the successes on your stress dice, or a
Ye-
face hugger.
I got both. So I got 3 successes in total, and then a face hugger.
All right. So we'll deal with the stress in a second. You immediately go to the console, which appears to be like the atmospheric controls, and you notice that the air that's coming in here is not recycling. So the air that is going throughout most of the station, though you can see that it's not all of the station, most of this central station, there's like pockets that have completely lost atmosphere, just because the air is not being recycled and it's not cleaning itself up. So people are breathing in like carbon dioxide. There are large pockets on the ring, because the ring has like large, you notice that on the layout there's like large sections that are devoted to cargo, a large section devoted as a hangar. You have an entire wing on the ring that's science division. Also the maintenance still has some air, which is down towards the bottom, and then there's a communications area down towards the bottom that still has oxygen as well. But the rest of the ship itself, elevators included, don't really seem to be able to sustain life.
Okay. Alrighty.
Now, let's make
yeah.
a stress roll. And now you're going to add a d6 plus 3. So just roll a d6, add 3 to it, because you have 3 stress now.
So 9 in total.
9 in total. Whether by stress or confusion, or the realization that you're all going to die anyway, you drop a weapon or another important item. The GM decides which one. What items are you carrying on you right now?
I have my magnum, I have my stun baton, and I have my flask.
As you are, because you kind of need your flask, as you are looking over the weapons console, or the atmospheric console, you seem to have laid down your stun baton, and it just kind of slips your mind. So you can just say that you wouldn't have needed that. Okay. Now, we're going to cut to the other elevator. As you and the captain are up on actually the last thing he'll do is he'll say, let me see that radio. He grabs the radio and says, Ava, it's looking pretty bad here. Come back. There's a brief pause. Finally, she says, yeah, Captain, you're going to need to get back here soon. She says the structural part of the ring is not going to hold the ship for very long. She says with every rotation, it is starting to come apart a little bit more. She says, I think we've got like a matter of an hour or so before the ring completely disintegrates and we'll lose hard seal. Do you copy? Captain says, we got that. I'm going to go ahead and radio the other, crew members and tell them that they need to get a move on, get this investigation going quickly. We'll be back there shortly. Nothing good to report here. We're going to take one final look around before we get back down there. And then you hear over your radio, Charlie, Bishop, Charlie, you there?
Yeah, we're here. What's up?
Well, we seem to have a situation here with the ship itself. The space station is falling apart. We don't have a lot of time here, so make sure that anything that you do, maybe to secure the power and communications as quickly as possible, and then get back to the ship. Because we, like I said, probably only have an hour here before the ship falls apart itself, or the station.
Oh, that's kind of nice. That's a lot of money for a short trip. All right. Loud and clear, Captain.
Bishop seems to look at you confused and says, was that funny to you for some reason?
Well, more like gallows humor.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that. As the elevator continues down, you notice that you're passing into the maintenance section. The elevator stops with kind of a jolt. You do notice that your EV suit is reading out that the atmosphere here has went from not breathable to actual breathable air. But Bishop, being an android, of course, does not need air. The door opens, and inside you see just complete chaos. You notice that inside of the large room that surrounds the elevator, the central hub, there are smears of blood and signs of combat and struggle. You don't see any corpses or anything, but you do see that things have been knocked over, and you do actually see bullet holes in pieces of furniture and in the floor.
Is the room well lit?
The power is like failing, so there's like very little power here. But you do notice that the rooms that you're looking for off to the left lead down a small corridor down into the maintenance hatches.
Okay.
Bishop says, it's likely this way, and starts to lead you that direction.
Well, hold up there, cowboy. Charlie's going to take out his cutting torch and do a couple of spritz to see that it sparks and lights. Does it? Is there enough oxygen for that?
Yes, absolutely, yes. So you light the cutting torch, and you notice that as the elevator's doors close behind you, the air seems to be, enough oxygen to create that burn.
Okay. So, would I know, would the cutting torch make an appreciable amount of light in a darkened area?
You could use it as a light source, but it's going to run out of fuel at some point.
Okay.
You could use it in a bad situation, but yeah.
Yeah, I just want to just check in functionality.
You see a butane lighter that has that long flame? That's about what it's like.
Okay.
And you could turn it up to go a little bit more, but you'd be wasting like lots of fuel.
Okay. So after I confirm tool functionality, put that back on my tool belt, I guess immediately I'm going to search around for any obvious signs in the room where the gunshots might have come from, obviously.
Okay, make an observation check.
Observation is wits, so...
Wits plus anything in observation skill plus your 2 stress.
Okay. 1 success, 1 facehugger.
All right, so we'll get to the facehugger in just a second. So as you, and that'll get you, anytime you see a facehugger, that'll get you another stress too. As you're looking around the area, you do notice that behind some of the furniture, you notice that there are, it looks like somebody has piled some stuff up to kind of make a blockade almost. And you notice sitting right there in the open is an assault rifle, as well as some kind of a helmet. Also, you notice that there are lots of blood stains in the surrounding area.
I pick up the helmet.
It's a standard Marine helmet. It actually has like a little camera attached to the helmet, kind of like in the movies and stuff. It's definitely like a quality Marine gear.
Okay. Would I be able to check the video of the helmet?
You could do that with a comms check.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I guess I'm gonna try Actually, no. I'm gonna wave over Bishop. Be like, Bishop, I found a thing here. You mind checking the video on this and telling us what might have happened here?
Well, with the limited amount of time that we have, do you think this is where we should spend our time? Or should we get everything going operational before we do?
Dude, do you not see the bullet wounds over there in the wall?
He looks around, but he's very calm. Like, it doesn't seem to affect him, the panic or any kind of situation that he's in. He's like, yes, I see there's bullet holes here and some over there, and actually I'm going to let him make an observations roll. Something about androids is that they don't have stress. They can't get stress.
Wish that were me.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Looking around, maybe it's the dim light. Maybe
Doesn't
it's
mean you can roll good, though.
Yeah, didn't roll good. Maybe it's his sense of like trying to get things done in a hurry. He doesn't really see anything other than that. He's like, but there is this weapon here if you think that maybe that would help you.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up the weapon. Please check the video. I'm a little stressed. I see blood, I see bullets. I would like to know what I'm walking into.
He says, okay, very well. He says, let's take this over to one of the terminals. He walks over there, and you're going to make a combined roll. So he's going to give you a +2 to your roll.
Okay.
So you can make a comm tech roll with a +2, so you get 2 extra dice.
Plus all my 3 stress
But
dice.
then now you have your 3 stress dice on top of it. And if you fail a roll, you can always push it and take an extra stress. And you can get into the teens for your stress, so it's not like it's going to kill you yet.
Okay. 3 successes and a face hugger.
And a face hugger. Okay, so we'll get to that in just a second. As you hook this up with Bishop's help, he pulls some wires from another console, and he's able to redirect some of the footage from the camera. Immediately, looking at the footage, you see a very distorted and grainy image. Let me see what I'm looking at here. Okay, I don't think I have that up here, but I might have something else. You see a very grainy and distorted image, but it appears to be somebody walking down a long, dark corridor. You see 2 other Marines in front of them. You don't hear any talking. You do hear some heavy breathing as they're trying to make their way. You notice they descend some staircases, and then you hear some kind of garbled transmission coming over, and you're not quite sure what you can hear. Can't make out the voices. They're talking about something, too much static going on, and then all of a sudden you see the lights bursting and gunfire, and then immediately the camera goes black, and it was the last few seconds of video. This is all the video that I could pull from this feed.
Okay. Charlie's gonna, as calmly as possible, lift up the radio and be like, Captain, it looks like there might be a little bit of a pest issue, except the pest is large enough to take out 3 Marines?
Go ahead. Oh, actually, before you do that, let's roll your D6 and see how you say this. D6 plus 3.
Okay. 5.
So 5 total?
Yep.
Oh, you're keeping it together. As you're relaying this to the captain, there's a long pause. And you realize that when you push the button, maybe part of that stress is that you pushed it for everybody to hear. And then you hear, and then you hear Ava respond, "What did you say?" And then Captain says, "Copy that. That's just another reason why we need to get things fixed and get out of here. Is anybody able to locate any survivors yet?"
I found bodies.
Bodies? That's not a good sign. All right. Well, see if you can't get that power back up, and the next order would be communications. So anything you can do to make some advances in that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I ain't spending too long down here, Captain, but I'll try my best.
All right. So you're going to pick up the rifle?
I'm going to pick up the rifle, and then I'm going to look at Bishop. Hey, Bishop, you know how to shoot a gun?
Androids are not permitted to use weapons.
Well, I'm asking you, do you know how to shoot a gun?
I could instruct you in the use. Absolutely.
Oh, God. Okay. All right, show me how to use this thing real quick.
All right, so he begins to kind of break it down in simple terms, and he actually gets to the point where you notice that there's half of the ammunition left, so you have 50 shots left. which is a couple of like bursts and full automatic. And you also notice that the weapon itself is in good working condition. And he says, and you point this, the dangerous end, away from you as you're pulling the trigger. So as we do that, we're going to kind of break to you guys. And I don't want to sound ominous or anything, but you find yourself standing in the dark, and you notice that it's extremely quiet where you are, except for this banging sound, this low kind of thumping sound. You're not really sure where it's coming from. It could be coming from in the room next to you. It could be coming from maybe somewhere below or above you. It's just kind of like in the metal somewhere you hear it. And then you notice that you haven't heard anything from anybody, and you realize that neither of you actually have the radio with you.
Oh, fantastic.
So somehow you two have wandered off into the dark by yourselves with no radio.
I say we get the hell out of here.
I couldn't have said it better myself. By the way, is that is the banging there that we were hearing? Was that rhythmic or was that random?
It's random.
Okay, could I do like an observation check to see if it sounds like it could be a mechanical failure or if it
Yeah,
sounds
yeah,
like
make
a
an
living
observation check.
thing? So I guess that would be 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 4 stress dice. 4.
Oh, you have 4 already? Oh,
I
you failed.
have 4 too.
I have 4 as well.
I think we all have 4.
We literally all have.
This is not going well.
We're a very stressed out crew. Okay, so
I mean, you were making com checks, so I was like, man, he's not getting any
I
more.
got a success, a success, a success, and a face hugger.
All right, so you're going to immediately go up to 5s.
Actually, I got 1 success in the stress.
Yeah, those just count as regular success. So the only ones you really worry about are 6s and face huggers, really,
Gotcha.
for these kinds of rolls. So how many total successes?
3.
3?
No, 4.
4.
4.
Oh.
Yeah, that still counts as
All
a
right,
success.
so 4 of them.
So you notice right off the bat, you say, hey, that's actually coming from the other room, the sleeping quarters. You didn't really investigate in there because it was pretty dark in there. You don't have a flashlight. But you definitely know that the banging is coming from there. And it sounds like almost like somebody knocking. It's not like a machine. It sounds like somebody knocking.
Yeah, something's alive in the sleeping quarters. I've got a dart gun if we need to knock whatever it is unconscious. I'm hoping it's just a survivor, but you never know.
I almost wish you told me he wasn't alive. After she says that, I know this is a little bit of a priority, but, or I guess before I even resolve that. Okay, since you're the one with animal experience, I'm gonna let you handle that. And so I kind of give her like by your leave to look at the to look through to basically be the one that enters that room, while at the same time, if you choose to do that, can I make like a quick observation around the room to see if there's anything that could be of use medically?
Oh, I also need to make that stress roll.
Oh, yes, let's make that stress roll first. I'm sorry. Yes, roll a d6 plus your current stress level.
Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in the short range increases by 1. You develop a nervous twitch as to what's happening around.
Well then.
And it sets Evelyn at unease, adding to her stress as well. You can't seem to just kind of cope with it at the moment.
This is like that time I got stung by the box jellyfish and started having tremors and had to go to the ER. You know, I'm thinking that the best thing we can do is maybe go by that room, but perhaps not enter the room. I might leave my M314 motion tracker nearby to see if something moves, but I don't know if it'd be worth it because it wouldn't give us much data on
Are you going to
this.
turn it on?
I mean, I suppose I could. I think I will. You know what? If there's something moving around here in the dark, we'll be alerted of it.
You now have maximum stress.
Immediately, picking up a beeping.
Let's leave.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Question. Can I? When am I allowed to use a talent?
Anytime.
Anytime.
Well, wait, so are you talking about the to reduce stress levels?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to find a quiet place. It's quiet enough here. You don't know if it's completely safe,
It's right,
especially
but there's some-
especially now that you hear the motion tracker going off.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm gonna try to use calming presence for her. And okay, within short range by 1 in addition to normal stress recovery. Okay. Question. I'm trying to remember how I roll for this. If I do.
You don't. It
Oh, I
just
don't.
happens.
Oh, it just happens. Okay,
That's
all
your
right.
talent.
Great. Okay, so so I reduce the stress level of Aspen by 1.
All right.
1 plus your med skill,
You mean the medical aid?
medical aid.
So that would be 2.
So 2 total.
No, 2 plus 1.
So 3 total.
Hey, I
So
can't complain.
she's able to sit you down and calm you down. She's like, don't worry about the motion tracker. Don't worry about what's going on around you. And you take a few deep breaths and you feel your stress level just start to decline. You breathe a little bit easier.
I
But
think-
you, however, looking down at the whole time she's saying it, you can see on the motion tracker clearly there's something moving and it's fairly relatively close.
Yeah, no, I'm internally, I'm kind of just like, that's essentially me while I'm calming her down.
But
like,
that does take about like 10 or 15 minutes to do.
yeah.
So we're going to kind of move on. Up on the bridge, and we're going to kind of get into our break here in a few minutes. We're just going to go round one more time and catch up where everybody is. On the bridge, you and the captain have gotten some information. He's like asking if you can look at some of these computers for him. He's going to go and check, and he's trying to extract data as to what's going on the ship. He's like, see if you can't find out anything. He says, I know the computers aren't working optimally right now, but you should have some kind of skill at maybe getting some data or some information from these before we get out of here.
I can give it another try.
All right, so he goes over to what appears to be like the, oh, let's get rid of this, not bad. He gets over to the main console where the ship is, or the station is actually run from. He's looking at it and he notices that right away that there's some damage to it that looks like it's just been like abused or like smashed for some reason. Also looking around the rest of the bridge, you've had time as you're standing here, you do notice that there is signs of struggle, things turned over, chairs turned over, but you don't see any like signs of like combat in here. No blood, no like bullet holes, but there is the stress fracture of possibly the impact or something that had caused the spaceship to start to come apart, or the space station. Otherwise, most of the consoles and everything seem to be intact. They're just not running at full capacity because of like power outages and stuff like that. So what do you want to try to assess first?
What about that limb?
You want to go back out in the hallway where the other rooms are? So the bridge itself is kind of in one area, and then there's 2 other chambers next to it. You're not sure where they go, but the doors all opened at the same time when you came off of the elevator.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look at that limb.
Back up at the chambers?
Mhm.
Okay. You go into the first chamber. I'm going to say the one on the left or the right?
We'll go right.
Okay. Go over to the right chamber. Well, this is a good choice. It appears to be the arsenal. In here you see that there are several weapons still kind of in their stored positions. Several canisters, what appear to be ammunition. You do notice that there is it's like a not a bulletproof vest, but it's some kind of vest that you wear that looks like it gives you some kind of protection, and then also a couple of helmets. And then you do see several radios in here as well.
Okay.
Everything else seems to have taken out of here. You do notice that there's probably at least 12 or so weapons that are missing, if there's one for every slot that was here, as well as some of the ammo cans are missing. There's 2 radios where there was abundance of radios, only 2 of them are left. And then you do notice that there's also some other like medical provisions here as well.
Okay. Is there like some kind of like bag or backpack in the room? Satchel?
Nothing that's like kind of like useful in this situation. Not if you're going to like take multiple things.
Yeah. I'll at least grab another radio. I'll grab that armor. And how many weapons are left?
2 rifles.
And then I'll grab one of the rifles and a thing of ammunition.
All right. So you grab the rifle, some ammunition. So that basically, the amount of things that you can carry is pretty limited in here because it's not like you have a like
Huge
D&D
inventory,
where you
yeah.
hold infinite amount of stuff. So basically you hold what's in your hands, or you can sling over your shoulder, but not too much stuff. So I'll let you know if you get too full. But other than that, that's about what's in the armory. I'm going to make a roll for the captain. He's going to do another check on the console, see if he can discover anything. Okay. And then you can look in the other room?
Yes.
All right. Go into the other room, and you notice that it is like a large briefing room. However, this is where something bad happened. You see several limbs on the floor. You see an arm and a couple of legs. Lots of blood, but no bodies. This room is actually quite large conference room. There are several chairs with some tables around the outside of the room. Very dark in here, however. There's very little light coming in. Most of it's just coming in from the hallway. That's where you saw the limb. There are windows in here, but for some reason this is like on the shadow side of the space station, so you can't really see much. It's very dark even in the windows. You can kind of make out the outer ring of the ship, which is like the opposite of where your ship is. And you do notice that there's a lot of damage on the outside of the ring, but you also notice another ship docked.
Oh shit, what up? Captain, come here, please, quickly.
All right. A couple moments later, you hear his footsteps. Yeah, what's going on in here?
Ship, there's another ship.
He's like, oh, blood. Okay.
Don't.
He comes and looks out the window. Go ahead and make an observation roll.
Okay.
Here, I've got the.
So on passive rolls like this, you won't gain stress, but you still get to roll your stress dice.
6. 8. Nope.
Nothing. All right. Oh, you get.
2 face huggers,
Okay,
but I
that
don't.
doesn't matter on a passive roll.
Can
Looking
I
at the ship,
use-
because it's so heavily in the shadows
Uh-huh.
and it's like of a dark gray metal, you can just barely get the outline of the ship. It's much larger than the Helios that you came in on. But again, you see just some of the debris and stuff floating around it, kind of making shadows in the space. But nothing else really that gives you any more information.
And also, I tell the captain about the armory.
Okay. He's like, excellent, excellent. He runs over there, grabs the last rifle, grabs one of the med kits. And then we're going to do a quick round downstairs. So after Bishop gives you a crash course in using the pulse rifle, he says, just be careful with this end. This is where the bullets come out. He says, also, you might want this. And he hands you an extra clip that he found next to the rifle that maybe you missed, maybe it was just there.
Okay. Charlie's gonna immediately pocket that, stuff it in a pocket real quick, or tool belt.
And then you descend downstairs to the maintenance. The maintenance area, there's like, you hear like the low sound of like a siren or an alarm going off down here. And you notice that there is a sensor on the wall that is warning that the air is getting thinner. The air, according to the gauge, is still in the green, but just barely. You notice that air somehow is not recirculating, and that there's something damaged with the power systems. Immediately you locate the source of where it might need to be fixed, and you want to attempt that with a heavy machinery roll?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this one you're going to roll, and all your stress die with it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, with so many dice, I figured we just needed a big thing. I mean, with like 20 dice per person, it would get really unmanageable, so
Yeah.
we're just passing them around.
All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strength, 7 for the skill, and then all the stress die, which is 4 at this point. 2 successes, no face huggers.
Excellent. All right, so immediately you're able to get some of the damaged systems back in line. You notice that as you're doing this, several of the consoles around here, they seem to be in pretty decent condition. The only thing that seems to be wrong here is the lack of power and the air, which you're quickly able to fix the power. Immediately you hear the low thrum of the engine starting back up. You hear this just kind of, well, here we go, wrong one. You hear some clanking sounds, and then you hear this like large generator start to spin. And immediately you see some lights start to come on down here. They flicker on. Some of them come on easily. Other ones just kind of be stuck, and they just kind of in that flickering mode to make it look even more creepy. And as it starts to spin up, you're like feeling pretty confident in yourself. And then all of a sudden you hear this loud banging sound, almost as if an explosion just happened. And the entire space station itself just seems to rock for just a brief moment before it stills itself. And then immediately the lights go back off and back into emergency mode. And that's where we're going to stop and take a break. So
Thanks, Charlie.
everybody's gonna feel that shudder in the space station.
Oh dear God.
So I'm going to
I
tell
mean-
him to put us on pause.
It's the whole space station. Of course we all feel it.
Hey, I fixed it. It wasn't my problem.
Oh dear Lord.
All right, so make sure you keep track of your stress. We're going to pick up. We're just going to kind of go around again, and I'm just going to be checking in with you guys. But as we get going, you can go ahead and start our stream again, please. After seeing up on the bridge and then communicating back to Ava, you were able to let everybody know about the dangerous situation that you're in. You're also finding yourself separated. Some of you are stranded in an unknown part of the ship and you're not exactly sure what's happening. Others are down getting where we thought we were going to repair the ship, reached maintenance and were able to start the power back up, but then again it went back down. So there's like maybe sometimes more questions than answers. But we're going to kind of go back to what's probably considered one of the more dire situations, those left alone in the dark.
Without a radio.
Without a radio.
Lovely.
So as we find you two again, you just discovered through the actual motion tracker that you have, and we'll leave it going because nobody said you turned it off. You're getting a faint beeping sound. It's coming from the other room, which is adjacent to you. You kind of hunkered down for a minute and were able to calm Aspen down just with some soothing words and just some reassurance that everything's going to be okay. You yourself are still feeling pretty stressed. What would y'all be doing in this situation now that you have calmed down a minute?
I think that our best course of action would probably be twofold. One, we do want to at least have some idea of what the hell that is. I'm not saying we go in there, because we shouldn't at this point, as we're not prepared. However, some way to peek in and see what exactly is banging on the wall might be prudent. And two, we leave.
I second leaving. I would really almost emphatically like to leave. Yeah, I'm going to say we leave.
Okay?
I'm not interested in what that beeping is. I know that. I know that we're supposed to be searching for survivors right now.
Mm-hmm.
But seeing these pods no. Yeah. And so I kind of start to walk through the other side.
Yeah, I don't think
She's just
there
like, "I'm
are
outta here."
survivors at this point. I mean, whatever this thing is, it's probably carnivorous. And it probably came in on that mining shipment. It may have been some kind of an animal that, I don't know, hitches a ride on spaceships for whatever reason to look for prey.
As she's saying this, I am like increasing my pace to go out like the corridor that we started going down.
So
All
you
right.
walk out into the room and you notice that the little blip on the motion tracker just seems to move towards the room that you're passing. So whatever it is in the quarters where the next to is the crew quarters. They're like bunks and stuff like that. They don't have any. There wasn't any dead bodies that you saw in there, but it was like some of the rooms in a little bit of a disarray, not much.
Yeah. Well, whatever this thing is, it's able to track us in the dark.
No, you're tracking it.
Oh, we're tracking it.
Yeah, the motion tracker is just telling you which direction the motion's coming from.
Got it. Well, if it's in the crew quarters, we can infer what happened to them.
Yeah, let's post haste, please. Let's go.
Perhaps. I'll look at cameras or something later. I don't think that we can directly observe this thing safely right now.
Yeah, especially since we can't even see our two left feet. So let's just go.
Yeah, if it were level playing field, like, say, Earth, then I would have gone for it. However, I'm thinking we should probably leave. Let's go.
All right, exiting the cryopod chamber, you notice that there's a similar set of staircases that leads down, and you assume that this is kind of like an asymmetrical thing. So if you went down the new set of stairs, you'd probably go into one of those lobbies that surrounded the elevators. If you go back the way you came, you go again down the stairs to one of those central areas where there was the seating and everything seemed okay.
This is the worst time to have a choice.
Oh my goodness. I know this is a space, but I don't like the idea of going down, even though I know that this isn't actually down. Okay, let's just. I'm voting to go down the first set.
Where you came from.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that way we can regroup and potentially find everyone else and see if we can relay what we saw and that there is a living organism on this thing. that we should watch out for?
As you descend the staircase, you come back into this lobby area outside of the elevators. You notice again that looking outside of the windows, you can see the docking ring of the space station and some little pieces of debris floating by. Both of you make a passive observation check, which means that it's just passive.
Okay.
You won't take stress from this roll.
Sorry, passive
let's see.
observation. So that would be, is that plus the wits plus the observation?
Yep, wits and observation, and any stress that you have, you can still use those dice, but you won't get the penalty for stress.
Do you want the tray?
Yes, please. Sorry. It is not working out in my favor. Okay. All right. Oh, that's 5. Whoopsie daisy.
Vial.
Yep. So I put that over there. So I have 1 success.
Okay, one success. You want to pass it over to
Yes.
Aspen?
All right. So this would be for observation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 8 of these and 3 of the stress. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, I need
Oh,
2
you
more.
were up to 6 stress?
Oh no. Or I was up to 6 stress,
Yes,
yeah.
she took you down 3? Okay, good.
Yeah. So it was good that we did that, I think. Let me move these out of the way so I get like a clear idea of what I'm actually rolling.
Meanwhile, I'm still freaking out.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like we have 1 success.
1 success. Okay, so both of you are able to look out and see the docking ring itself is in pretty bad shape. It's a rather large structure, but you see that lots of pieces are kind of torn off and missing, and supports that look like they might be holding it to the center hub seem to be either missing, broken, dangling, floating right next to it. And you notice that, yes, the structural integrity of the ship appears to be like in pretty bad shape. However, where you are right now, everything seems to be okay. So you're not sure if maybe if the ring fell off that you'd be okay inside the rest of the ship or not. You do notice also that there's lots of things floating out in space that seem to be stuck in the gravitational pull of the space station. Because it's so large and spinning, it creates its own kind of like gravity that things just kind of generate and stay close to. On this side of the space station, though, like I said, that's about all of the damage and stuff that you can see.
Okay.
But you do notice that kind of like off to your left is where it starts to get dark in the shadow of the space station. Off to the right is kind of where you came from, which is actually in the light, the full light, coming from a distant sun.
Okay.
I wonder if the creature that we're picking up uses the dark to kind of hide.
That's a good observation, but it's not my biggest concern right now. Right now, my concern is the fact that it's still dark over here, and
Yeah, you're mostly in the dark as the emergency lights. Oh, you did notice that the ship itself shuddered for a minute and then went back to normal. Everybody was able to feel that, but then also you do notice that there's still the power outage. So there's barely any power here.
I say we go towards the light where we're potentially safer from this thing because it's probably not used to hunting in daylight or what passes for it here.
So your choices for exit would be the elevator, or you continue further around the other side of the hub, which means you'd probably be going up another set of stairs.
I say the elevator is probably our best bet.
yeah, I'm not fond of stairs right now, even though it doesn't really make sense to use an elevator on a derelict ship, but we're gonna try it.
Lower margin for error because if we're walking a certain distance, the likelihood of something attacking us grows infinitely higher.
Okay. So,
Walking over to the elevators and start pushing the button. You notice that there's a small readout where one of the elevators is way up at the top, and the other one is way towards almost like, I'd say about a few hundred feet below you, or several decks lower than you are. Both of them seem to have a little red indicator, which means that they're still either in use, or the door is ajar, or something. However, you go ahead and push the button. And then we'll cut to the maintenance room. So as you and Bishop have actually gotten the power working again, that explosion seems to have caused, you're not sure how much damage, but you know that it shook the entire space station. It went back up to regular power and then back down to emergency power. And you know that from that contact, or that heavy machinery roll, that you need the power to make the oxygen. You need to make the recyclers work again. So you could try to do this again, which might work, or it might make it worse. It's just kind of a crapshoot at this point.
Does the maintenance area have control? Could I reroute power potentially?
Yeah, you could. That would be a ComTech roll.
Okay. Bishop. Okay, so I'm gonna look at Bishop and say, "Hey, you're the computer one here. So we need power to the lights. Can we reroute power from the engines or any of the non-critical areas to get these back on?"
That's a very good possibility. He says, we can try a couple of different things. The communications are already down. We could try to reroute power from them, but that might take away from our mission parameters. Life support is nominal, if at best. However, judging by the state of the condition that we're in, life support might be a moot point. We might be depending on our suits. There are other power sources, though. He points over to the kind of the grid of the space station, and you can see that there's two really large areas on the rings that still have full power. Well, two of them are cargo bays or landing bays, and then the whole science wing seems to have full power right now, which means atmosphere and generators. So those are the places that you could pull power from, or try to.
All right, so let's reroute power from the cargo bay to over here so we can get some lights on so we can see what we're working with.
That sounds like a good idea, a good solution to our problem.
Okay, get to it, Bishop.
Oh, me?
Yeah?
Do you have anything in ComTech?
No.
Okay, because you're basically putting your fate into his hands. He doesn't get stressed, that's a good thing, but
I'm trusting that the robot man knows how to do the robot thing.
the robot man do the robot thing? Okay. So he walks over to the machine, he looks at it. You see his hands just kind of moving effortlessly across the data pads. And he's barely even looking at them as he does. And you see many screens just flashing faster than you could almost comprehend. It seems that I'm unable to get the power rerouted. Something must be blocking it. He looks further at the controls and it says it needs some kind of security protocol in order to reroute power from those areas. They seem to be under some kind of protection or something that keeps me from gaining access.
Okay. I'm going to click the radio and call up the captain.
Right.
Hey, Captain, we got an issue down here. We see full power and life support in the science bay and in the cargo bay. Comms is down, obviously, and life support is minimal. We're trying to reroute power, but there seems to be a security block. Anything you could potentially do on your end?
Hold on one second. He looks around the bridge for a second, and he's like, well, we've got kind of a situation up here. Do you know what that shutter was? It seems like the whole ship wanted to come apart for a minute there. I thought we were going to get power back, but then it went right back off.
No. Haven't figured that out yet. But we're working in pitch darkness down here, so we're trying to get the lights on first so we can see what we're working with.
Gotcha. He's like, you can try my security code. He gives you a four-digit code and then 2 numeric. He says you can try to enter that in and see if you get it.
Okay. Thanks, Captain.
Bishop is like, I will try that now. He's going to take 1 for that. Entering in the code for the captain, it still seems to be blocked. So you can see his he doesn't really show frustration, but you can see him trying the code several times with the same result. And it just says incorrect code, incorrect code, incorrect code.
Okay.
Didn't know synthetics could be insane.
Okay. So I walk over.
He's doing it on purpose.
I walk over. I see incorrect code, and I guess I type in the code that the captain told me
Okay.
on the screen. That
Make a comms roll. Comms check.
That's width, so that would be 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Stress.
Hey, that's pretty good.
2 successes, no faces.
All right. So you enter in the code, and immediately it accepts it, and you're like, "Oh, got the magic touch." Bishop looks and says, "How did you accomplish that? I was entering the same code as you." And then all of a sudden you get this green light on your panel, which you know that it allows you to draw power from. However, when you're looking at this green light, you notice that there's an awful lot of power, and you notice that now that you have some kind of like mediocre access, you notice that the science division has its own power system and generators, and they've been working the whole time. Also, you seem to have unlocked a few other little features where you can kind of see, you can reboot life support, you can reboot communications from here, and you can also reboot the security systems of the entire complex.
Okay. So.
But you don't know how much power each one of those would draw.
But I see that the cargo bay has power.
Cargo Bay B and Cargo Bay B and Cargo Bay D both are on either side of the Science Center, and the Science Center all have full power. And you could draw from either one of those three sections. But anything that you do on the ship, you don't know if that would be enough to power all of these systems, because the ship itself, the whole space station is huge.
What would the lights fall under? Life support?
Life, yeah.
Okay. So I immediately start rebooting life support, drawing power from cargo bay, one of the cargo bays B.
Okay, Cargo Bay B?
Yep.
Let's pick it at random. All right, so as you do that, you hear once again the thumping of the engines and the whirring, and it starts back up. And the lights flicker again, flickering on. Again, some of them with that fluorescent bulb look. The lights come on, you hold your breath, and it remains stable. You notice that you see also on the console an indicator for oxygen levels starting to normalize. And immediately all over the ship, everybody sees that lights come on, systems start rebooting, as well as some of the air kind of starts coming in. You can see it on your sensors, on your suit, that the air is starting to become more breathable.
Okay.
That did an excellent job, Charlie, Bishop says.
Okay. Looks like I got the magic touch. Got the magic hands.
He
All
says,
right.
next we should try communications.
Well, hold your horses. Hold your horses.
What is a horse?
All right. We got science full power. We got cargo bay A. And then we got the security system. Does the security, Bishop, does the security system here or have any automated defenses that we would need to be worried about?
No, security systems are mainly for locking and unlocking doors to restricted areas. They also do have a monitoring system for all of the crew that is on board, as well as any kind of active immediate sensors for surrounding the areas around the space station, which only track for motion, but nothing else. There's no actual weapon defense system for this.
Would it be able to tell us what's crawling through the air ducts?
It should give us a reading on any kind of movement that is throughout the ship if they have a chip on them.
Okay. All right, I do. Let's draw power from the other cargo bay and reset the security systems. I would like to know what we're doing. We got some pests on board. I'd like some insight into that.
Okay, very well. So do you want to make the roll, or do you want him to try it?
I'll do it this time, since I'm already at the console. All right, so that's 4, and then 3. Nothing and nothing, but wait, was that a success rate?
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
six.
this is 6.
Okay, okay. There was 1 success, but no face huggers.
All right. As you do it, same thing happens. You hear the kind of the mechanical whir, and you notice that the as you're doing this, you notice that the levels are going like instead of green, it starts in Cargo Bay B, it starts to go a little yellow, and then it starts to go a little orange, and then do the same thing with the other one over to Cargo Bay, what did I say, C? D. Cargo Bay D, and you notice the same thing starts to happen to it. It looks like what it does is it turns power off, non-essentials, and then life support as well, and redirects it over to, you said, the defense system. So as you do that, you hear, you see some of the other consoles light up. Some of the consoles show a proximity warning, and immediately they just start going crazy as you can see little pieces of debris moving around the station and colliding here and there. You also see several blips all over the map. One set is in the very top command area. You can see 2 blips, very faint. You can see 2 in the maintenance area where you are. But again, actually, no, I'm sorry, you see 1 in the maintenance area. And you know that your badge has a chip in it, but you might assume that Bishop's does not. He doesn't seem to be showing up. You do notice that there are many blips in Cargo Bay B, which you'd already cut the power to, and the Science Center. There's many blips in the Science Center as well. And there are some very faint ones, just like randomly appearing and disappearing throughout the station. And you do notice that there's 4 blips in the central hub area, which is kind of like where the elevators were when you first got to the ship. And it does pick up the reading on your ship. You notice that there's a blip around your ship as well. And then you can now see on the security check video, or the security panel, the feed of the other ship. It's a ship that's larger than yours. It appears to be like a cargo type vessel. It has like large containers that seem to be attached to the side for extra storage. And you see multiple blips on there as well, just kind of like randomly coming on and then disappearing. And then randomly coming on and then disappearing. But you do see motion throughout the station like that.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Can I turn that off?
No, we need more. We need more of that. So, Charlie's gonna scramble for the radio. Immediately call back up to the captain. Captain, I got security on. I got life support on. I'm looking at the ship. There are red readouts all over the Cargo Bay B and the Science Division, and more random ones popping in and out all over the place. And there seems to be 2 with Evelyn and Aspen. Can you get down there for them, please?
He's like, oh, 1 second. It says the power just came on up here. We need to check the consoles to see what the trajectory of the ship is, the actual space station itself, check the integrity and stuff. Also, if you're seeing blips, that could be survivors. We probably want to go and check and see if we can find a way to those cargo bays, or at least communicate with them. We need to try to see what we can do with comms. He says, I am all for getting off of here, but we still got a mission to do, so I think maybe I could send Declan your way, or to help the others.
Yeah, no, I would feel a lot calmer about this if you at least sent Declan down to keep an eye on them. I don't trust those blips, and as we saw earlier, something's loose. So
Copy that.
All right.
He says, and we'll pick back up with you guys. He says, all right, we'll check into this. He says, I'm going to go over to the security console now and look. The lights come onto the bridge in this room up here, and you can just kind of see the amount of blood in that conference room is like ghastly. It's like liters of blood all over the place. You see like trails of it being dragged off, and you see that a lot of them head to what appear to be kind of like ventilation shafts, and the trails just seem to end at the ventilation shafts, where most of the doors have been knocked open or completely missing. Also up here you notice that it's pretty devoid of life. When the lights come on the bridge, the consoles start lighting up, and you can kind of now see the readout of the ship. Your suit starts to show that there's air being circulated through this part of the central core of the shaft. Also, you see some lights, some faint lights coming on the outside of the ring. So it's like some of the exterior lights now are being lit up again. And you can see that large field of debris just circulating. And then every so often it's like just this little blob that kind of passes by, and it's like almost kind of looks like a body floating by.
Oh.
So you take the other radio with you, and you leave one with the captain, and then he says to get down to the other elevator.
Yes. So
All right, so you go over there and mash the button on the elevator, and you notice that the blip on the elevator is already going down.
Okay.
So you're
I'm just
really
going to
waiting.
keep pressing it.
And then as you two are standing there, right, you just getting this like uneasy feeling. You feel like, for some reason, you've been here in the dark for as long as you have, and you feel like you kind of been getting away with something almost, because the hairs on the back of your neck start to stand up, and immediately roll a d6 for me.
Okay.
Just a 1d6. I forgot to do a power check.
Oh my god.
So your devices have a limited amount of power.
4.
4. Okay. So as long as you did not fail, you did not lose any power from that device.
Excellent.
But you do notice that you hear the beeping on this picking up.
Oh.
And all of a sudden something has now come into your range rather than you walking into its range.
We're being tracked.
No, you're tracking something that's moving.
I'm so sorry. I am.
Oh, okay. Evelyn basically starts to kind of palm the pistol that she got from the armory earlier, and is basically bringing it to a full grip at this point, kind of darting her eyes around, like still not to the point again of overtly freaking out, since her stress level is at, a 5, so we're moderate right now. And she's, as I said, taking a look around, basically steadily keeping an eye on where the elevator is and trying to get a gander of where that tracking is coming from.
All right.
So I've got my dart gun out, and I kind of look around and say, well, if we manage to dart something and get a tissue sample on our way down before we get on the elevator, I can't complain.
So you see the elevator coming closer to you and closer to you. It's like floor by floor, you see the little readout coming down. Several floors above you still, but you hear something moving around. It seems to be coming from the area where you were just come from. Almost like a faint scratching or scurrying sound.
Yep, we've got a living organism here.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
The lights would have came on in the central area?
Yeah, no, the lights are on. Yeah,
Okay.
The lights came on in your area, but again, it's well lit now. You can kind of see everything around you. Nothing has really changed other than you're not as in the dark. However, as the lights do come on, you notice that some of the debris floating around the outside that's kind of trapped in the orbit are actual bodies.
I think it's kind of safe to say that, well, I don't know, safe is the operative word, but reasonable assumption, I don't know how many people are actually living on this station much anymore, or rather, I would be highly inclined for us to, as we're already leaving, but, yeah, no. Can this elevator move any faster?
Yeah, we've got a very effective hunter.
So right as you're saying that, the elevator doors open.
Oh,
And the
perfect.
elevator is like right there just beckoning you.
Let's go in.
Yeah, no, I just kind of like
Jump in.
yeah.
Yep. We both
Jump
do.
in, and you turn around, and as the elevator doors are closing, you would swear that you see something small just kind of like darting across the room in front of you.
Oh, fuck.
The doors close, and the elevator starts to ascend.
Huh.
Start
Well,
going up.
at least we know that whatever it was wasn't very big, so wouldn't take as much tranquilizer.
Yeah, you would say it was probably the size of a dog.
Okay, yeah, that's doable.
So, as your elevator ride begins and your wait begins, you notice that Bishop is like I said, he was like surprised that you were able to achieve that. He's still looking at the console, and you see him kind of just like calculating in his head. And he's like, I still don't understand how when you entered the code, it went through, and when I entered the code, it did not. Anyway, what should be our next course of action? Should we go fix comms to help complete our mission?
Okay. All right. So I checked the security stuff to see if there's any blips or readouts popping in and out the comm center below us.
There's like a very faint one, and you notice that it's coming from one of the chips. So everybody has their personal data devices on them that has a chip to give the location. So those locations are pretty stationary. Then there's also the little random blips that are like motion that is detected that is outside somebody. So if you actually set your comms down and moved around, you could show up twice potentially. So you see a couple of little blips, but then you also see that one of the devices is in the comm system directly below you. It's like 3 floors down.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm visually, if I look at the map of the comm system, I see one stationary one, which probably indicates a body.
And then just a couple of tiny little faint ones that just disappear, and then you don't see them again.
Okay, okay.
Make a Comtech roll, and that
Alright.
would explain it if you were able to make that roll.
All right, 3, 4. Whoo! Damn it. 1 face hugger. No successes.
Just the stress.
Just the
All
stress.
right, so you're going to add a stress to that. Oh, you can push that roll. If you want to take another stress, you can actually re-roll and push that roll, but that's up to you.
I'll take another stress and I'll push the roll.
So let's go ahead and do your panic roll first. So let's just roll a d6 and add your current panic level before you did that.
Okay, that's 4. 1 plus 4 is 5.
All right, so you're keeping it together. So now you can go ahead and re-roll, but it would, again, add that extra stress die now. So now you're up to, what, 5 stress?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. So 3, 4, 5. All right. 2 successes, no face huggers.
No face huggers?
No face huggers.
Excellent. Okay, so as you you're thinking back to some of the things that you know about the machines and stuff that you've observed on here. Plus, the space station is kind of like the technological marvel that it is to have something this large floating out this deep in space. A lot of these systems are very old, so they're using antiquated sensors, antiquated measuring devices, and it's a very precise thing to be able to measure micro density in air changes. So it's like something that, the science behind it is kind of crazy anyway. You're not 100% that you buy into it. But an organism that is small enough, that stays still enough, would only show up for a second. It's not going to measure a tiny heartbeat. But if it did make some kind of a motion, and you notice that it would be like a ball rolling across the floor, say, that would show up for a moment until it stopped. So whatever it is probably very small, and if it is moving around, it has probably moved and then stopped. It could be debris, or it could be something small moving around.
Okay.
The other one, however, is definitely showing up, and as you stared at it, you noticed that it did move a little bit, which means that that personal data transmitter on that one, whatever it is down there, has moved. Just slightly.
Oh, my God. Okay. Okay.
That does seem to be a survivor.
Jesus. I am not Evelyn. This is not me. Okay. So, but I better go check it out. Bishop, do you think we could reroute power away from the engines to get the station to stop moving?
The engines themselves are not powered up right now. You would have to go to the reactor and start the engines. The engines are just used for emergency thrusters, moving the station from location to location. Normally, they're just powered down.
Okay. So, but the fact that the thrusters are down is why we're just kind of floating through space.
No, you should have been set into an orbit or something, a stable orbit to where you wouldn't need the engines to move. So you'd have to go and turn them on to be able to move. Now you could turn the engines on and reroute power and use those to help power the station. That's a possibility.
And that would give us more power for the rest of the system.
Yeah. But again, Bishop would remind you that the space station has about 30 minutes before it becomes unstable and the ship might have to undock.
Okay. So I'm gonna make I'm gonna go ahead and one last trial is I'm going to the comms are completely powered down?
You need power to the comms. It's down.
Okay. So I'm going to reroute power directly from the
Science?
from
The only one that has not been altered is the science.
and also correction. Yeah, from the science.
Okay, so you go over to the panel and I'm not going to make you roll because you type in the same command that you did before based off of that last roll, and it says access denied. The
Oh.
code does not work when you're trying to reroute power from the Science Center.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And you notice that that science module is probably the biggest module on the ring. So the ring itself has Cargo Bay A, it has an engineering section on the ring, Cargo Bay B, the Science Center, Cargo Bay D, C, and another engineering. And you guys docked near Cargo Bay A, right in between Cargo Bay A and engineering. And the engineering section is just like a mechanical thing. It doesn't really generate any power, but that's where some of the mechanical devices are stored for the entire, space station.
Is it possible to unlock all the doors, or as many of the doors as possible from where I am?
Security? Absolutely. That's one of the functions of the security protocol.
Okay, so while I'm at the comm station, I'm going to attempt to, or I'm just going to unlock all the doors.
Unlock or open?
Open.
Open.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the doors, and then after I open the doors, then I'm gonna reroute power from security to comms.
Okay. Not airlocks though, correct? You would know better.
Not airlocks.
All right. So go ahead and make a. This is
That
a
would be
straight comms
bad.
roll from what you're trying to control multiple mechanical things from this console. So
Yes.
Bishop is like, I could probably assist you in that. You'll take a +2 to your roll if you want to attempt it.
I'll take assistance.
All right. So he's going to give you 2 extra dice to roll for that.
Okay.
But you're going to add your stress, and don't forget you can always push rolls if you fail, and you want to try to make sure you do it.
I can't see those. All right, we got 1, 2, 3 successes and 1 face under.
Ooh. Okay, so 3 successes isn't enough to do it. You notice that you see all of these green lights appearing all over where doors just seem to be opening. However, on Cargo Bay B, Science D, several of them in the living quarters stay locked. You notice that as it tries to override that protocol, that it needs a higher clearance than you have in order to do that. But most of the other ones open up. Also, some of them stay locked in the reactor area, but you figure that's pretty normal to keep people without the right permissions to do there. Also, you notice that there's a door at the very, very, very bottom of the space station that opens, and immediately you see movement, like several things moving when that door opens on the security sensor before you shut it down.
Shit. Okay, was that enough power for comms?
So you want to reroute power now. So once those are open, then you're going to reroute power from that to the other one. And that roll was successful enough to do that. So since you had a 3, we'll take 2 of those and then 1 of them to reroute the comms. However, I do need you to roll a stress die for me, and you would have added a stress by the time you got to that point too.
Yep.
And that puts you at how many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6? All right. Feel your heart beating in your chest as you make this roll.
That was the 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
6 plus?
6 plus 6 is 12.
12. All right. As you're doing this, the tension just mounts, and you feel like this is one of the most important things that you're going to do today was to make this decision. You look at the way that these things are moving around on the screen, and you notice that they immediately just kind of start spreading out, and there's 3 of them. They are at the very bottom of the space station, and this space station is like almost a quarter of a mile from end to end. But you let out this scream. You scream your lungs out for 1 round, losing your next point of action. This would be more effective in combat, but it still happens. Your stress level is decreased by 1, but every friendly character who hears you scream must make an immediate panic roll. Luckily, Bishop
Nope.
does not make panic rolls. So you just helped yourself out by letting that out. You were like, what have I done? And then you notice that as you do that, the comms come to life. You see the comms console start to come to life. And through that, you kind of hear some static. And you're like, did I just hear voices? And you hear static kind of coming through the comms thing. And then you hear a voice over the comms. Hey, what's going on? Who is this?
This is Charlie Cooper. from the Helios, sent by Wayland to figure out what went wrong with the station, get comms back online.
Are you the one rerouting power from the cargo bays?
Yeah, I just did that.
Oh, that's a bad thing. We've had to evacuate. We had several survivors holed up in the cargo bays. He goes, I'm glad you guys are here. You're here to rescue us, right?
Well, we're here to get comms back online and help anyone who's here.
All right. He goes, gotta go to my names. He goes, this is Dr. Harold. We've got several people over here that are wounded. He says, you guys know that there's like creatures on board this ship, right? We've got some kind of an infestation. And you guys need to be really careful. You better arm yourselves.
Yeah, I may or may not have released a flurry of them from the lower levels. Any insight into what that might have been?
There's a long pause. You hear some static, and then you hear a female voice. This is Sergeant Ramirez. What exactly have you done? Did you say you released more of those things on the ship?
Well,
You hear some like panic noises before the radio cuts out in the background.
oh, it cut out?
No, and it just, as she's like waiting for you to talk and respond.
Okay. Well, I needed to reroute power to the comm station. I had ordered out of power to life support to get the lights and everything back on. And I figured after I had opened the doors, it was safe to reroute power from the security.
You hear your radios beeping at this moment too, where somebody's trying to like signal you over your radio. But you hear Ramirez say again, well, I don't know what you've done, but I would make sure that you find out. We need to get off this. We need to get off this ship. There's some kind of infestation. There's some creatures on board. They have basically killed most of the people. We lost power. Several of us have been holed up in Cargo Bay B for nearly a week now. There's something also wrong with the doors to the science center. Nobody can gain access. We've been trying to get in there. The ship that our mining ship is the only way off of here, except for your ship, right? You came on a ship, right?
Yeah, no, we have a new fully kitted ship right outside.
All right. Well, where are you docked? Oh, she says, oh, I can see it here now on the security screen. All right. We need to get off of this thing quick.
Yeah, no, just start making your way to the ship. I'll call the captain, let him know you're headed our way. I did reroute power away from Cargo Bay B, so if you have anyone there, the door should at least be open. They should be able to get out on their own.
You hear like a brief pause. You hear the radio come on and some voices in the background muffled. And she's like, yeah, we see that. Most of us we've got our evac suits on, our Evo suits on, so we're okay. There is, like I said, pockets of air here still. We've got several of the cargo bays retrofitted where we've been holed up trying to survive with just random canisters of oxygen to keep us alive. But we're putting our suits on. There's 7 of us, and we are heading your way. We're going to go through the central hub.
Okay. I'll call my team and let them know to expect you.
All right. So the meeting time, the captain has been trying to beep in, and he does, and he's like, "Y'all in a place that y'all can talk." And right then, the door opens, and then you guys see the captain standing there with the radio, and Declan, and he's like, "Oh, y'all are here." And he goes,
Why weren't you answering the radio?
He's like, "Charlie, switch to channel C."
Okay.
So you switch to channel C, and now only the 2 radios that you brought with you work. So now you're in communications because you guys had just come up the elevator.
That's
you're
right.
stressed out. You're like breathing heavily. You're feeling okay. You like got your gun and you're just kind of like chilling with your gun. You can see that there's something in the captain's eyes though as you kind of spin around and look. He says that the station's been sabotaged, and he's saying this like quietly over the radio. And he's like, Bishop, I need you to make sure that you're not recording any of this for Wayland Yutani. And he's like, very well, recording devices off. And it's just like one of the things that you hadn't even thought about, but he's made by the company, so he's basically linked to the company. Hopefully, he's not right now. The captain says, this space station has been put on a collision course with the Weyland-Yutani space station. Whoever sabotaged the space station knew exactly what they were doing. They took down some critical systems, damaged it in such a way that it can't really be salvaged. He says, before you even decide to go to the engines, most likely you're not going to be able to get them up and running to stop or reverse this. There's only two ways. We need to get off of this, and we need to destruct it. It can't be allowed to make it back to Weyland-Yutani's actual base of operations.
Oh, so that makes our job even easier. Let's just hurry up and get out of here.
I guess that's
Well, we
true.
do need to make sure that we get any of the survivors and still do as much of the mission as we possibly can. But yeah, preserving life is probably now number one.
And then Evelyn is
Probably
somewhat
number
visibly just like,
What's her problem?
We've seen a lot today.
Oh,
We've
wow.
seen a lot.
So
Have you-
down in engineering, you're basically now left with that decision on what you're going to do. So that information, what would your next course of action be?
Okay. So, support lights. Okay. Captain, is there any reason why we need to keep comms on at this point in time? Should I reroute power back to security?
Well, if we've got survivors on the ship, they probably need to communicate. We need to find out if there's any more. Maybe you can actually. Do you have a security console over there?
I do.
Are you picking up any blips in the cargo bay D?
There were some before I turned it off.
Oh, you turned the security off?
Yes.
All right.
I opened the doors after I confirmed movement. Then I rerouted power to the telecoms.
All right. He says, I'm going to make sure that you keep your radios with you on channel C, but turn down. I'm going to go ahead and communicate with the rest of the ship and see if we can't get the survivors to head our way.
Okay, sounds good.
A moment later, the captain goes back into the bridge. He goes over to the main console, punches in a couple commands, and you hear kind of this static throughout the whole station, and he starts to make an announcement. He's like, crew of the Theta 7 space station, there's a critical failure. Obviously, you guys have been through hell. I'm here with a ship called the Helios. We have a small crew here sent to help rescue, assess the situation here, and get you guys out of here. Please make your way to Cargo Bay A in the engineering section. We've got our ship docked there. We're going to go ahead and wait for you guys to come. Please respond and let me know kind of like how many people to expect and where you're coming from. Immediately you hear Cargo Bay B chime in, and it's Ramirez again, that female voice. She says, we've got 7 survivors. She says that we've got a couple of scientists here with us that we picked up along the way. I'm the security officer. We've got a couple of Marines here. And we also have just some regular maintenance personnel here that we've managed to gather. We're on your way to you now. I think we already talked to one of your crew, the one that kind of secured the things. They opened up all the doors for us. We're on our way through the central hub now. Please advise. And then you hear some more chatter. And then you hear just a faint, hello? Is anyone there? Hello? And then you hear the captain say, yes, this is the captain from the Helios. You're coming in loud and clear. We can hear you. He goes, I'm trapped here in Cargo Bay D. We're in one of the crawlers. The crawlers are kind of like vehicles that they would use. We're running out of air. There's me and this other guy. He's kind of beat up pretty bad, but I think we're going to make it. Can you come and send someone to us? We don't have an evac suit anymore. And you kind of hear some silence. And he's like, Captain says, yeah, we'll get back to you on that. Just hold tight. And then you hear over comm C, anybody over there near Cargo Bay D that could get maybe an evac suit? Where are you guys at, Bishop?
We're down here in the maintenance room.
So you'd probably be the closest to it. You'd still have to go up the elevator and then down one of those hubs, one of those gantries that lead all the way out to Cargo Bay D. So you could probably get there the quickest.
Oh, god damn it, I'm not being paid enough for this.
Oh God.
I guess I read you loud and clear, Captain. The mission stands, doesn't it?
Yeah, we need to at least give an attempt to do that. So would you and Bishop mind doing that real quick?
It's a good thing I have the torch. I bet. Looks like I'm going to be cutting those doors open.
All right, so you immediately dart to the elevators?
Yeah.
All right, and go back to the central hub. You up on the bridge areas now. With all the lights and everything on here, it doesn't seem as bad, right? The damage is apparent. You see some cracks in the windows and some like structural damage, but nothing that bad. And you're kind of like thinking, well, now how do we accomplish the rest of our mission? So the captain's like, you can see him just communicating, trying to organize. He's also contacted Ava, telling her, you know, what she needs to do to receive the people. She's kind of panicked because she says, Captain, we've got about 15 minutes or so before it's possible that the ship could actually detach itself. You might want to get back here a little bit quicker than that. Also, if you're planning on, you know, self-destructing that space station, you better figure out a good way to do that and get clear. So he's like, okay, well, let me talk to my team and see what we got going on here.
And you just sent him down to Cargo Bay D with 15 minutes?
Well, it's just an estimate, I'm sure. I mean, you can't know for sure that it would just fall apart.
Have you seen the debris that is circling around this space station? I'm pretty sure it's falling apart.
Charlie's pretty fast. I have faith in him.
Okay, I live with the guy.
You're married to the guy.
Yeah.
I
don't know if he has a sense of urgency that we do. Did you even tell him the time that it would take?
You didn't hear him mention it.
is this a domestic dispute that I'm being pulled into?
Hey, I'm not a.
What do you mean a domestic dispute? At this point, we are domestically involved in this space station. So yes, you are involved.
Am I domestically involved with Aspen?
What?
What?
You just said it's domestic dispute. So who am I domestically involved with?
What do you... What?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Or am I domestically involved with the captain?
I guess the captain... I don't know. You know what? I don't even know at this point. All I know is
Anyway.
that we need to get the data on whatever the hell happened here. Maybe see some
Why don't we just blow up the
footage.
whole goddamn thing?
Well, we gotta know what the hell happened here
Why do we have to
first.
know what happens? We just gotta blow it up.
Well,
You're
if
still
this
on
kind
it.
of... If this happens again...
Yeah, we set it to self-destruct, but we give us enough time so we get the hell off, and then we blow it the hell up.
The thing is, something like this could very well happen again, and if we at least know what happened and what went wrong,
Right, so we blow it up.
and we had that data point, we could
Well,
use that to protect future space stations and research vessels.
Talking about the second part? Yeah. That would just be a you and a bishop conversation. And basically you could just say, hey, you know what? This is what we need to do instead.
Does it not count with what I just did? Because I did reroute power.
Yes.
It
So
counts?
that counts.
Okay.
So I have a question. Can I don't know if it would count as an observation check if I need to, or can I check around in the area of the, I guess, station that we're in for any medical kits or testing kits?
Oh, in the armory. There's some more med kits in the armory.
Okay.
It's just right across the hall there.
Okay,
Oh, that's
I
good.
basically take his
Advice?
take his advice, take his knowledge that he just gave me, and quickly just, you know, one track mine.
So there's like 2 full med kits in the armory, and there's probably like 5 or 6 in here, and you don't know like if they just weren't restocked or if they had gotten taken out of here. But there's 2 full med packs that, I mean, it's more than you would. You probably just need 1 in most situations.
Okay. All right, I take one. I grab one if I can. If that's as much as I can.
Yeah,
carry.
it's like a large briefcase,
Okay.
like a big Pelican case that's like, you know, like 3 or 4 feet long and a few inches wide. But inside you're going to find all kinds of medical devices, like defibrillators, kinds of medications, some pretty good medications in there that would probably reduce stress.
Okay.
Ooh, what
yeah,
does
no,
this pill do?
So Xanax, got it.
So is there? I know you said that there's something that can reduce stress. Can I take any of that?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to do that.
All right, so you open up the kit immediately. You know what you're looking for. There's a couple of syringes, and they're like mild tranquilizers that basically will calm you down in a situation. It's almost like laughing gas, but it's intravenous.
Just a little bit of ketamine.
And you do have to make a med check to make sure that you administer it
Okay.
correctly, but it would give you your med roll in reduced stress.
Okay.
I mean, your med score. So what's your
So my
so
medical
plus
aid.
2, right? Medical aid?
Yes.
So you would reduce the stress by 2 if you're successful in doing it. All you need is 1 success die.
Do I still have to roll with stress?
You have to roll your stress.
Gosh darn it.
5, right?
Because literally, if you're stressed out, you're like this.
Just need a little bit of ketamine.
I mean, that's literally what's happening. Yeah.
It is.
I mean,
Oh, for the love of God. Well, I've got 1 success, but I've
Okay.
also got 1 face hugger.
All right, so the success is enough to do it. So you're able to reduce your stress, but it's only going to go down by 1 because it's going to go right back up with that stress. So at least you lose 1 stress. But you will need to make a quick panic roll, D6 plus your current stress level, after you reduced it by 1.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, God.
To the 6,
oh no.
6 plus 4.
Oh.
so a 10.
Yeah.
You're frozen. You get this administered, but then all of a sudden you kind of freeze up. The fear takes over and the stress on your body, only for 1 round. So you're losing your next point of action. It doesn't affect you unless you're in combat, really. However, your stress level and the stress levels of everybody around you in the short term, which is everybody except for the captain, is increased by 1. So you're back to your
damn it.
original stress, and everybody around you gains an extra stress.
I just go catatonic.
Yeah, you do. You're like, you put it in and you're like, this isn't having the effect that I thought it would. And everybody's like, what do you mean? You're the doctor. And you're like, it's not
I didn't go to
working.
med school.
It's not
Listen.
working.
That must be the best tranquilizer on earth.
But it does stress y'all out watching her do this. She almost looks like a junkie trying to get a fix and it's not working. She just freezes up.
Oh, my God.
All right, the good news is the captain comes back and he's like, what is this? I don't even want to know. Here's what's happening. And he says, I've worked it out with Ava. She has a way that we might be able to detonate the ship from our ship. She says that we could try to use the command controls if we can find what that is. So if you find anybody on the ship, you need to collect their badges. Because if we find the right codes, we could enter the detonation from our ship. That's one option that we have. That's probably the best case scenario, which means everybody heads to the ship as soon as possible. We get those survivors as soon as we can to the ship, and then we try that. If that code does not work, we'll have to insert somebody onto the ship to detonate it manually. So that could be a situation where maybe somebody gets onto the ship, 1 or 2 people, they can detonate the reactor and then make it back to the ship, and then we're out of here.
I mean, as far as the badges go, it's probably that Ramirez chick, and then I don't know who else, because she's a chief security.
I mean, that sounds like a solid inference.
She might be the one to have it. That probably sounds about right. She would probably have the highest codes, the highest security level. What does your badges say, by the way? What security level are y'all?
I am
Delta?
Oh,
beta.
and you're close.
She just like slowly reaches over, recovering. Delta.
Beta for me too.
Well, you're the
kinda
captain. Why
looks
don't,
at
why
you.
don't you have something?
Kind of looks at you funny for a second, and he's like, okay, puts it out of his mind. Well, yeah, I'm the captain of my ship. I got security codes for my ship. I don't have the security codes for this.
Ah, see.
But if you have security code Alpha, then you're going to be the one to ask. But maybe if Ramirez has beta code and she can get it done, that's all we need. So my best bet is that we hightail it and get as close to ship as we can. Any objections?
I do think that it would be a good idea to at least check some surveillance. You know what? Maybe it is best we go back to the ship.
I think it's probably best we just get off the hell off. What is that beeping?
You hear a familiar beeping sound.
Oh, wonderful.
You look down at your monitor.
What is that?
This is my motion tracker.
What is emotioning tracking?
Well, go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
All right. It's tracking something. Let me take a look. So that's a 3?
3? Okay, nothing happens. You notice the power level is still holding on it. You're looking down at it, and you notice that there are two things moving like a deck below you. And the only thing that's really below you is the elevator shaft.
Oh. Well, we've got 2 organisms moving in the elevator shaft directly below us.
Like a person?
I don't know. I can't say.
You could say that this kind of motion, you know enough about the motion tracker, this isn't a tiny thing that's moving around. It could be the size of a man or more.
It could potentially be a person. I mean, it's not small, but we don't know what lives out here. We know there's an animal or animals on the ship.
Maybe this would be a good time for me to mention that when I was investigating the slaughterhouse over there and the conference room, there were blood trails leading into the ventilation shafts.
Oh, fantastic! It eats whatever this is. It's consuming it's consumed people, hasn't it?
Yeah, if you go into the conference room, it's a fucking bloodbath in there.
The captain's
Well-
like, well, what are you saying? What are you saying?
We have a carnivorous animal on board, differing sizes. Perhaps those are the young ones, and they.
The safest
Consume
place is the
people.
bridge. You think it's coming for us?
Oh, I've heard that one before.
I
Where'd
mean,
you hear that?
most animals that
Place
are
I was happy to survive.
most animals that are predatory do hunt prey, and if they consider us edible,
But I'm not a prey.
I mean, they consider the rest of these people edible.
Can we just figure out how to get out of here, please?
I suppose that would be the best course of action. I don't plan to be consumed today.
You hear sounds clattering coming from right next to you.
Wonderful. Let me move out of the way. I'm going to.
I'm gonna,
The captain
make
slowly
sure
has
my
his-
gun is prepared.
Yeah, he's primed the assault rifle and he's
Yeah.
slowly backing away into the bridge.
Yep.
He's like, get in the bridge now.
Right behind you.
So he backs in slowly. You guys all back in there. You hear the clattering and it's coming up the shaft. And you can kind of hear it getting closer and closer. Your motion sensor's reading 6 meters.
Okay,
5,
I've got my dart gun.
4.
Pistol.
I
Captain's
hit-
like,
I
close
hit
the door,
from my
close the door,
magnum.
close the door.
Okay.
You hit the door close. It doesn't close, it's locked open.
Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god. Ugh. What is wrong with this door?
I'm gonna take the butt of the gun and smash the
The console?
console.
Okay. It does nothing but shatter the glass
Ow.
and crack the
Oh,
glass.
Damn it.
fantastic.
Saw that
Now
in a
we-
movie once.
Now we really can't close the door.
Emerging. A head appears, peering out. You can see that there's just this shiny blackness to it. It's almost like oil slick, the reflections of light that it's casting off of it. It slowly peers out, and you can kind of see just the very top of this shiny head, and then it vanishes again. And you see it now, 2 of them right below you, but then they just kind of go dark. The motion stops.
And what is that?
The very weird animal behavior. Why? What is this?
What animal is that?
Make a wit roll. No, wait, which is that? Hold on, let me
I
look.
guess it would it be observation or
No, it's got
wits?
something to do with your science skill. Let me find
Survival?
it. It's survival, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it.
So survival, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. And I have 4 stress.
Man, those doors, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good thing you managed to get everyone out safely.
Okay, so
the survivors.
we have
Oh, yeah,
got
you did right.
success, and a single face hugger.
Okay, so we'll start with the success first.
All right.
You are going to gain some stress from this, but you know this is not a normal organism. This is probably a xenomorph. It's something that is not common. Like, you've never seen one. You've never even really this is not something that's like spoken about, but you know they exist, right? Only from like rumors and stuff. But you're pretty much looking at a xenomorph. You don't know its behavior. You don't know how it's going to react because you've never been around one. As many animals as you've cataloged and seen, some are pretty freaking weird that you've seen before. This is amongst one of probably the most deadliest things that you've ever encountered. And it makes people want to piss themselves a lot of times when they see something that's scary. However, you being the scientist that you are, know that maybe with the weapons here you might not be so outnumbered, because you see both of the captain, Declan, both clutching pulse rifles, pretty strong weapons, much stronger than your dart gun. But at the same time, you've just got this itching to know more. You're like, this is why I'm here. This is what I want to know about.
Okay, so
Now let's roll that stress.
yeah, I guess this will determine how I talk about it.
Exactly.
So 5,
Plus
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10. All right. The thought of this causes you to freeze, losing your next point of action, increasing your stress level, and all of the friendly PCs around you. This now includes the captain.
You're welcome.
Y'all are on the bridge, which is considered a zone. This isn't like D&D where you move hexes. You're in the one area. So anywhere
Okay.
you need to move in here, you can get relatively quickly. Another zone would be the next area or room outside of yours, which is where they were last seen. So you freeze up. You're starting to stress out, and you're like making that moral conflict. Do I need to study it, or do I need to get away? Everybody else is kind of like freaking out now, seeing her as kind of like the authority on this kind of stuff is wigging out.
Aspen, how do we kill it?
And we're going to switch to you. The elevator stops right at the central hub. The doors open. It's well lit. Bishop is like, perhaps you should let me go first.
All right. Why don't you take lead then, Bishop?
Very well. Just make sure you don't point that end at me. Only things that are dangerous, he says as he starts to kind of cautiously walk out there. You notice that he is not built for combat, but he still, in one of his protocols, is trying to preserve your life by putting himself in the way. You feel slightly comforted by that, and you're like, man, I'm glad I took this guy with me. However, go ahead.
While we're doing this, now that I'm feeling a little more relaxed, the lights are on, Bishop's taking point, I have a gun, there's a plan in place. I asked Bishop, hey, you have built-in speakers?
I have just my normal voice.
You know how to sing a cappella?
Why, yes, I do.
You mind singing? Maybe that'll help like de-stress the situation a bit.
Let me check something with him real quick.
Uptown girl.
He's like, absolutely, I can certainly do that. He says, I know several of the old operas and several of the classicals as well. He begins to kind of hum a tune at first, and then he starts just kind of like singing. And he's got like a decent voice. It's kind of robotic at times, but it's decent. And you actually lose 2 stress.
Just start singing Crab Rave.
So just that whole comforting and the fact that you haven't really encountered anything that dangerous anytime this, your stress level goes down. And even so, as you're walking out onto this this large observation deck where it's got like comfy seating and stuff, it's got large windows, and you're facing kind of like the shadow. You can see the dark side of the shadow of the base, and where it's like everything is just like really dark, and the only thing you can see is the stars behind it. And then you see the rest of the ring that is coming apart. You can see pieces now actively coming off of the ring itself. And every so often you hear this like groaning or shifting of the exterior that's connected to this portion of the ship. And as it does, your brain tells you, you know what? If that ring went and it still had some of the supports on it, it could literally tear a hole in the side of the ship and cause a breach. And you notice that one of these gantries that you're going to have to walk down goes directly to that hub, that ring, that docking ring around the ship that is like falling to pieces. That's where Cargo Bay D is.
Okay, so we were just kind of moseying along when I saw that.
And you can see it now too. Looking outside the window, you see that debris kind of flying around. And in the light, you do see a few bodies.
So, hey, Bishop, my metal friend, how long would you give the ship at this rate?
He studies it for a second. He kind of stops. He doesn't stop singing. And then in the middle of his song, he says, I'd say we're safe for a little while. I can't tell you exactly, but he points at a couple of like large structure pieces that basically, you've got the tunnel or tube that goes all the way out to the docking rings. And there's like 4 really large, stable looking metal, things that are there. Some of the other smaller ones have kind of come away. And he says, as long as those are intact, I don't see any immediate structural danger.
Okay.
And so you notice that these 4 are kind of like reinforced, but they do have like little bends and stuff in them. But it's like, you think he's pretty on point with that.
Okay. And then I asked for a second opinion on the gantry. I'm like, you think we need to hurry, or you think that'll hold just fine?
We should absolutely hurry. Let's pick up the pace.
All right. And then I guess I start jogging alongside him. Does he still sing?
Yeah, he's continuing to sing.
Okay.
He's kind of mall walking. He's like walking really fast.
Okay, so I just keep pace with him, and I guess I just start badly trying to sing along.
Okay. And it's kind of like almost a romantic scene. Imagine the camera kind of breaks away to the outside of the ship, and you're looking inside from space, and you can hear this kind of pleasant song that you're both kind of singing, and then you're like hurriedly walking down the gantry. It's well lit. As you get closer to the cargo bay, you notice again the damage is pretty significant, but structurally it seems pretty intact. The door wide open. However, immediately the sensor on your thing starts to beep, and you're noticing that the oxygen is dropping off like rapidly towards you get to the end of the hallway. So it's like the air is slowly being sucked away. You get there. Cargo bay D is vast. It's cavernous. It's like, think of like half the size of a football field inside. There's crates, boxes. There's several like large rover devices that have these like huge wheels with these like big spikes on the front, some kind of mining device. And there's 2 huge like cargo bay doors, which are both closed, but you would assume that that's where other ships dock. The huge gantry system that goes along the top, where there's other stuff, and it looks like there's offices or some kind of rooms way up there, as well as it is like dark and cavernous. The lights are just kind of blinking out since the power's gone. There's a few security lights coming on here and there, but for the most part, it's very dark in there.
Okay. I asked Bishop, hey Bishop, can you see in there?
I can see barely better than you in the dark. However, my sensors do say that there is, he's got like kind of, it's not like sonar or something, but he can detect things when they're like really close to him. He says, if something gets close enough to me, I'll know if it's moving. I have a short range motion detection in my systems.
Okay.
The first thing we should do though is secure some suits for any of the survivors.
That sounds like a plan. So I step up like right close to, I guess, right behind him, like lock in step.
Make an observation roll and see if you can locate something like that.
Stay next to the guy with the motion detector. Observation. So that would just be 3 plus my stress, which is also 3. 1 success and 1 facehugger.
All right, so we'll deal with the stress in a second. You notice that there are several lockers spread out throughout, but like right along the inside walls, there's like security checkpoints and little cubbies and stuff like that here and there dotted throughout, as well as a couple of maintenance areas, and you figure that's going to be the place to check. Also next to the doors, the cargo bay doors or any airlocks, there would usually be suits there as well.
All right.
In a space this large, you should be able to find some no problem.
Okay. Is there...
Closest is the security, right next to where you are, basically. That would be your first place if you wanted to check.
Question, is there... Because they said they were in a container of some sort.
They're in a rover or basically like one of the, not the mining ones, but one of the smaller car-like things is the best you could describe it as.
Can I look around to see if I can locate one?
All right, so you want to use that for your observation roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because how many successes did you have?
I have 1 success.
Just one. Okay, so you could use that to locate a place for the suit. You could use that to locate the rover, is what it is. Or you could make 2 rolls. So I'm trying to keep you from getting more stressed that way. So whichever
Okay,
one you want to
I
use.
will
that.
locate the rover.
Locate the rover. All right. Looking around, you see that there's like several tarps that have this shape that's probably like a rover under a tarp. And there's several of them kind of like lined up together. And you notice one of those has been moved. One of the tarps has been cut free. But let's take care of that stress roll real quick. So go ahead and roll your panic plus your stress level, which is reduced to what, 3 now?
It was 3 before the panic.
Oh, so now you got 4. Yeah.
Do I roll a d6 and add 3 or
Yep.
d6 and 5?
D6 and add 4.
4.
Because as soon as you got that, it gives you the stress.
Okay. So 5 plus 4 is 9.
9. All right. So in the confusion or realization that you're all going to die anyway, you seem to have dropped one of your weapons or other important items. I'll decide which. What do you have on you?
I have the radio, the torch, the pulse rifle, and my suit.
And your belt.
And your belt.
And my tool belt.
I'm going to say that you, at some point, I'm going to let you choose between the radio and your torch. Those 2 things were in your hands, but now you realize you had got your gun in your hand. So you're not sure which one of those items you may have put down, but one of them are probably gone. But I'll let you pick.
Probably the torch, because I was using the radio to talk actively.
So yeah, torch over the weapon. So you don't have your cutting torch anymore. You're not sure where you left it, but you just, as you go for it again, you'll notice it won't be there. Otherwise, you only gain that point of stress, and everything else is good. Now, again, you notice that the tarp has been kind of cut free, and you don't see any lights or anything like that.
Okay. So I walk over to the tarp, or the rover with the cut-free tarp, and I start banging on it, and kind of like a...
All right, immediately you see a face plus up against the glass. And he's panicked. I mean, his eyes are like wide with fear. He's got like this red rims under his eyes. And he's just looking at you and he's like, help, get us a vac suit. Get us something. We need two. My buddy in here, he's really bad. He's He's kind of catatonic right now.
Yeah.
Get us out of here, man. Come on.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Just tell me where's the nearest vacuum suit.
He's like looking around. He's like, I don't really know this cargo bay too well, but check next to the airlock. And like right outside, the other side of those big, rolling devices with the big old picks or cranes or whatever it is on them, there's like an airlock. So you probably check there.
Yep, I just head over there.
All right, so you walk over to the airlock. As you do, you're like, man, it's pretty dark in here. You get close to the outside. There's no windows in this section at all, so you can't really see what's outside. The security lights are very dim, so you're walking through lots of shadows. And you get over to where the airlock and everything is, and you trip over something that like thuds as you kick it when you hit it. And you look down, and you see like a leg.
Frick me.
But you do see the airlock. There's a couple of lockers there.
Okay, so I'm
Silver
gonna
lining.
panic clutch Bishop as I stand back up and be like, "Hey, you're not detecting anything yet?
He's
Nothing."
like, I only detect emotion in the crawler, the rover.
Okay, so just stay closer to me, please.
I got you covered. So he basically is just like standing right beside you, and you see him looking around. He's pretty vigilant.
Okay.
You walk over to the air, and you're noticing that in the lockers, yeah, there's several suits.
Okay.
A couple of them are better than the ones that you're wearing. They've got the extra little armor meant for walking around outside, and that is just to make sure that any debris that hits you wouldn't go right through your suit.
Okay. Can I take a moment to switch to the better one, and then I'll grab the one I have and another one.
So immediately you like let your plans be known, and Bishop starts helping you. He's like, this will protect you more. This is a much better decision. And he helps you get into that. There's 2 of those, and then 3 or 4, now 4 because yours, of the regular EV suits.
Okay. So I grab. Does it cost anything to grab the bigger ones, the better ones?
No, it just gives you 1 extra armor point.
Okay, so I'm just gonna grab 2 more of the better ones.
Well, there's only 2 total. You got 1 on you now, and then the other one.
Okay, so I'll grab that, one of those, and then my EV suit that I just took
So
off.
you got, yeah.
And I'll walk back over to the rover.
Okay. So the guy, you can see, is pressed up against the glass. He's kind of like watching everything that you're doing. He's like, okay, how are we going to do this? He's like kind of thinking real quick to himself. And you know that as soon as you open that, all of the air is going to rush out. So you can hold your breath and survive. You notice the temperature in here is somewhat stable. It's not like freezing. The biggest thing is that the air is just recycling this all nitrogen. So he's got like oxygen in there. So the quickest thing that you could think to do would be to open the door a little bit, have him hold his breath, throw the suits in there, and then close the door, and then have him put the suit on in there.
Okay. So.
But I'm going to make you make an agility check to do that, to make sure that you don't let all of the air out when you do it.
Wait. When Bishop helped me put on the other suit, that made the process go a lot faster?
Yeah.
Okay, and there's two of me. Okay, so what I'm going to ask is, hey, there's two of us here. I'm going to have you jump out real quick, open the door, jump out, close it back up again, and we're going to help you put this on as fast as possible. There's enough time. If you hold your breath, you'll be just fine.
You see it, just his eyes are going wide, and you think you have a lot of stress. This guy has you beat all day long. So, I mean, he is like on the verge. And as you're looking around, you notice that the other guy is just kind of slumped in the chair. You don't know if he's catatonic or dead or what, but, I mean, his friend said he was there, so.
Yeah. And then I say, and then once all three of us are good, we will then help your friend as best we can.
Yeah, anything. Just get me out of here.
Okay. So I open the door real quick and motion for him to come.
All right, so he jumps out, he cooperates. Between the two of you, he's a little squirrely at first. Holding his breath, you and Bishop are able to get the suit on him quick enough. Which one did you give him?
The better one.
The better one? Okay. So he's like, yeah. He takes a few deep breaths, and he's like starting to calm down a little bit. And he's like, all right, how are we going to get Rick out of there?
Okay. So
looking at him, do you want to make an observation check?
Yeah, because he's just kind of slumped over, right? I make an observation check.
See how easily it is to talk people into this?
Yep.
One success and one facehugger.
Okay, we'll do with facehugger in a second. You do notice that he is stirring. He is not dead, but he does not look like he's going to be able to cooperate and put the suit on. I mean, you're basically going to have to put it on him. You don't even know if he's going to be able to hold his breath. Once you open that, all the air comes out. He does not appear that he's in any state to kind of help you put that suit on, which you would probably need in order to get it before he ran out of air. Because he'd be like putting on a corpse, a dead body.
Okay.
But he's not. He's moving. However, let's deal with that stress real quick. So you will gain that one more from that, and then you're going to roll your panic roll.
Okay.
Have you all looked at the panic?
Yeah.
Some of them are pretty funny.
4 plus
5.
Oh,
9.
fine.
9.
He drops it.
In the process of doing this, I already know what you're going to drop. You have been like moving around, and you notice that you probably set down that extra clip somewhere. So the gun that you have was only half full. I remember that, don't forget. But that extra clip that you had must have been left in your other suit. But that's all right. That's easy enough.
Okay.
How should we handle this?
Okay. So I'm not a medical professional. You're not a medical professional.
I've been trained in basic first aid. This is above my pay grade, as you would say.
Okay.
Do they
The guy
do that?
can't hold his breath for
No.
anything. Dude, you said you like retrofitted the rover. He gonna be fine there for a bit? Because we got some medical professionals up on the bridge.
Yeah, there's enough oxygen in there. It should last a couple more days. We've got 2 tanks in there. Oh, yeah, but he might not be conscious enough to turn the second one on. He's probably only got a couple of hours left. We can get back to him though, right? Come on, we'll leave him. We'll come back. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
unconscious anyway.
Yeah, no, my wife's upstairs. She's a medical professional.
Where's your ship?
Where's your ship?
Where's your ship?
Where's your ship? Yeah, just this way. We go down to the central room, and it's like right off that.
Yeah. All right. He's looking around, and you see that he is like, I mean, his eyes just bulging out of his head.
I was like, just stay near me. Bishop here has a built-in radar. I've seen the critters.
Yeah.
We'll just walk slowly.
He's like
calmly
clinging on to
back.
Bishop as you're saying that. Yeah, let's go.
And then as we start heading back towards the room, I'm like, hey Bishop, why don't you start singing again? See if we can and calm this down a bit.
Okay. As you're saying that, Bishop is like, nobody move. Stay very still. I'm picking up movement.
Oh fuck.
And we're going to cut upstairs. As you're on the bridge, the captain is communicating with the other teams. He's like, all right, they're on their way. We've got to decide what to do. And then all of a sudden, this thing appears out of the airlock. Everybody backs into there, trying to close the door. The door won't close. Panic just seems to kind of swell in you. You're feeling just this hairs on the back of your neck standing up. You see, everybody kind of sees it. At first, you're like, am I seeing things? Is this real? This just ominous shape pops up out and then just sinks back down. Immediately, you still hear on your motion sensors some beeping right below you, and then it stops. Now, knowing what you know about this motion sensor, motion tracker, it's still working. You can see it looking for a signal. Whatever it is must have extreme muscle control to stay so still that it wouldn't even change the air around it. Your
Very
thought
dangerous.
is, what you know about animals and hunting and predators is that they are still right there.
Are we good to go, Aspen?
No, they're still under us. They're just waiting.
Waiting for what?
Us, more than likely. These are very dangerous animals. I don't know much about them. Not many people do. But we're armed. That's something.
Looking down at your pulse rifles, you can see that they're both full, 100 rounds.
Is the elevator the only way off of this bridge?
Yes.
I guess so. I think that the only thing we could do would be to get into the elevator and make sure that it's closed and we don't have friends on the elevator with us.
I'm trying to get this to switch. Did it go full screen? No.
Because those doors worked so perfectly the last time.
You know, Wayland Yutani spares no expense to make wonderful equipment.
Okay, so what? We just all huddle together and make our way to the shaft and
Yeah, maybe
each,
if we move like real slow.
each cover our six or our backs. I'm
That would be probably the best. We'd make sure that you have your guns. I mean, I have a dart gun that could at least potentially knock one of these things unconscious, and we've got some.
Okay, you have a dart gun. I have a pistol. I'm just gonna say that trumps dart gun.
I guess that's true. If you see anything out of the ordinary, let me know.
That wasn't out of
Aspen, if I see anything out of the ordinary, I'm gonna fucking shoot it.
Well, if I see you, as you say, fucking shoot something, I'll know that something's out of the ordinary then. So, I guess we're heading toward the elevator shaft.
Captain, you have any other words of possible advice? I have no idea.
He takes a deep breath and he's trying to calm himself. You can see that the captain has been pretty composed this whole time. He's just now starting to show signs of stress. He's definitely a veteran. He's seen his fair share of stuff, but he seems very confused by the actions and the presence of this xenomorph. He's never experienced it before. And he's like thinking to himself, and then he's like, okay. He says, I think our best option is either to draw it out and try to kill it, and then that way we know we can get by it. He says, looking kind of like peeking around the door. You can't really see the elevator from here. You can only see the conference room and the other, the weapons locker, and then a little bit down a corridor this direction is the actual elevator. So it's like around and then into the elevator. So this door is actually facing those other two and the air shaft, which is right in between them. So it's basically one of them has you pinned.
Well then, I guess killing one of these or more is probably our best option.
I agree.
I mean, if
you think it can be killed, then yeah, we'll definitely try that.
I mean, there's a possibility anything can die. I mean, I've never encountered an immortal animal. Well, not one that's completely immortal and unkillable. Like certain jellyfish could theoretically live forever, but you can still kill them.
Is it a jellyfish?
No, it is not. It is,
You hear it beeping again. You look down at the motion tracker. Very slight movement. And then it disappears again.
Okay, they're getting bolder.
So it's playing with us.
I think it is.
Boy, this is making me tense, y'all.
It is absolutely messing with us. I wonder if they're trying to stress us out so that we'll behave in a way that's not as logical and potentially be easier targets, but if that's the case, these animals are very, very intelligent.
Then what does it matter?
Sorry, force of habit, line of work. My point is, these things are dangerous and we're going to have to be really careful.
Okay.
No, I understand that. I understand we gotta be careful. It's just,
So are we making a bolt or are we leading it in? Which one is it?
I think we need to bolt.
I think you're right. I don't know how successful we'd be in a fight. I mean, we have weapons, but at the same time.
Have you all seen Mystery Men?
No.
There's a scene in Mystery Men this is reminding me of, where one wants to do one thing and they just can't decide. And they're like going back and forth, and they're all trying to insert their opinions. The captain is like looking and he's like, well, we got to make a decision. I think that if we draw it out and attack it, it'll either kill it, scare it off. We have 2 pulse rifles. I don't know anything that's going to stand up to that. He goes, how's your aim?
Pretty good.
He says, I've trained on a pulse rifle before. I feel pretty confident. Why don't y'all get behind us? We'll try to draw it out, and then we'll try to take care of it, and then we'll go from there.
If you say so. I've my dart gun if all else fails.
I'm gonna hand her my magnum.
Okay?
Thank you.
It's like that big.
Thanks.
Yeah. And you'll get a +1 weapons damage on it, and then a +2, or I said +1 to your weapons roll, and then +2 to damage for that thing. It's pretty beefy. It does more damage than your dart gun would.
I would figure as much.
So he says, this what we'll do. We'll slowly move. You guys stay behind us and stay close. We'll slowly move. We'll keep our aim on that. If anything pops out, we let them know we're here. There, you good with that?
Yeah, that
All
works
right.
for me.
All right. So you start moving out, and it's like you just feel this, your heart just kind of like in your chest is just like beating faster and faster. You can hear the footsteps of your feet hitting the metal grates on the floor, and it almost seems to kind of fade away, and your heartbeat's taking over. And you're just listening and waiting for anything, and it's just like concentrating and staring, and then all of a sudden, the radio goes off. Captain, are you there? And he's like, oh shit. And it almost fires his weapon off. How much stress do you have?
Me?
No.
6.
6. Roll a d6.
2.
2. Okay. You feel your finger just like on the trigger, and you almost bit into that trigger enough to have it go off, but you didn't. You restrained yourself. Oh shit. What is it, Abe? What's going on? It's like, Captain, I'm really worried about the integrity of this thing. I feel like it would be safer if I just undocked and then picked you guys back up when you were ready. She's like, I heard back from the other people, and they're kind of like stuck. They're behind a door that they can't get open. They think it's due to damage, and they're going to have to go around. They said they're going to have to go back through the way they came and divert to cargo bay D. For some reason, that science is all locked up, and they can't get out through the science lab. The other way is damaged. They can't get through the engineering section, so the only way they can go is through the hub, over to D, back through the hub, back over to us. It's going to take them at least another 20 minutes, they said.
They locked down science.
Right as you guys start talking, you notice that as you take your attention away, you hear that beeping again, and then it stops.
We've got more movement from the animals.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
He's
start
like, hey, but we got a situation
checking
here. You need to do what
everything.
you think is best. We definitely want to get out of here, but if you think detaching for the moment is going to keep this thing from falling apart, you might want to check on the other team, though, before you do that. Over. Give me a minute. Give me some radio silence. I've got to deal with the situation. And he kind of puts the radio down. It's like, all right, let's try that again. So does the same thing. Everybody gets behind him. You start walking up to the door, and it's like you can just almost feel something on the other side. You can just feel it in there, but you can't see it. Slowly keeping it trained, and you get out the door, and then you're over to the elevator, getting a little bit closer, and then you guys scoot behind him. So you two make observation rolls.
Okay.
This is passive, so you're not going to deal with the stress
Got
just
it.
yet.
So observation, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're probably going to need all of them.
Whoop.
You guys have high observation.
Okay. 2.
In the middle of that conversation and the beeping, and when the beeping started, I just had to say over to Aspen, Aspen, we know when it's moving. We can hear the beeps.
I'm sorry? Okay. So, we have a success. And no face huggers that I can see?
Nope.
Yeah, one success.
Pass it over.
Thank you.
I will say, if the sensor can't pick it up, one success isn't enough. Both of y'all have pretty high observation, plus with your stress.
Yeah.
How much stress do you have now? 6, 5?
6.
All right.
I'd be surprised. Honestly, you know, I've been doing
when
really
you
good.
break 10, you got to start worrying, but you guys are fine.
Oh my god. All right, one.
One success? Any face huggers?
I got. Wait. No, that was not.
No, it was.
No, it wasn't.
If it's a
two.
6, it's a success.
No, but I
Only
mean,
the
like-
yellow is a face
Brooke, I'm
hugger.
not kidding with you. You had 2.
Gosh darn it. All right, fine. There were 2 face huggers and 1 success.
All right. So the face huggers only count for 1, so you're going to get 1 more stress from that. You're going to have to make a panic roll. But both of you are moving back, and you're looking at the elevator, and think of it as a movie scene, right? You guys are kind of like, you got your backs turned to it, and you kind of glance over your shoulders, and there seems to be like a dangling cord that you didn't even notice in the elevator before. But you guys didn't notice it this time either. Moving ever so slowly down is just this long black tendril, and it's like moving so slow that it's hard for the eye to kind of catch it. And then at the same time, we're going to see how you stress out a little bit. So go ahead and roll that panic roll. Just the tension is building and mounting. Is that a 6?
4.
Wait, because I added the stress, right?
Yeah.
So it ends up being an 11.
An 11.
Oh
All right.
my God.
So seek cover. Something in the elevator just spooked you, right? You see how this like it looked like a power cord or a black cord hanging down that you didn't notice before, but for some reason you just saw it. Your next action is going to be move away from danger and find the safest place possible. You heard the captain say, well, the thickest doors are on the bridge. So you're going to dart for the bridge. However, you're allowed to make a retreat roll if you're engaged with the enemy, which you're not. Your stress level is decreased by 1, but this because you're running away, you feel like you're getting safe, so go ahead and decrease your stress. However, everybody else is going to take a stress because you're like freaking them out by running off. Now, as you run off, all of this happens at one time. We're going to go into combat. So, as you run off, right, basically all hell breaks loose. We're going to like slow it down in like freeze frame time. So,
Your panic
you
roll
don't even
saved
say
you.
you don't even say anything. You look over your shoulder and you just see this thing dangling down. It's like a power cord or something behind you, this long black thing. And immediately your fear sensor kicks in and you just charge. You're like, the bridge is safe. I'm going to go over there, hide behind one of the consoles. As you're doing that, immediately your motion not only sets off the motion tracker because you're going out of range, however, you notice that something else is being picked up. Emerging as out of the air vent is these hands first, and then this face. The face itself is just like, looks like it's twisted in anger. It's just like dark and looks like it's covered in oil because all you can see is kind of a glistening glow of the lights around it. And then these eyes, these like piercing yellow small eyes, and then the teeth are the first thing you notice, right? The teeth as the gums peel back, it's got like these like white looking teeth that just kind of stand out. Almost as if you like dropped a penny or something in a puddle of oil. It's that visible, the teeth. So we're going to roll for initiative rolls real quick. So if you and I'm going to roll one for the captain.
All right.
Initiative. but I'm gonna let you guys go first. So roll it.
6.
All right, pass it.
Yep.
And if you roll a 6, you have to roll again.
5.
All right.
All right, let's see what I get. 7.
7. All right, so the captain has to roll again, and he's got a 3. So in this, the highest initiative is the best.
Okay.
So, Declan, you actually, alien. 10, he's got the highest initiative.
Damn it!
He actually gets 2 initiatives. He has to roll that again. So he's got 4 and 10. Those are the 2 rounds that he goes on. And the one crawling out of the elevator gets 2 rolls.
Oh God.
He's got a 6, and I can't use the 10. That's where the cards would come in handy. It's going to be a 1. All right, there's only 1 left. All right, so this is how the initiative is going to go. The alien is going to get to go first. And then the next highest, was Aspen with a 7, right?
Aspen
Yes.
had 7.
And then you had a 6.
Mhm.
Okay. And then the captain, where did he go, has the 3. Okay, perfect. So immediately, as you run by, this thing just leaps out of the air vent, and it immediately goes for you. And it sends this like claw out with like lightning speed. The claw reaches for you, and it has 8 chances
God.
to hit you.
Oh, God.
2, 4, 6, 8.
How much of your health do you have?
I'm dead.
So immediately you take 2 damage. Now you don't die when you reach 0, right? Your body
Okay.
becomes like broken and you lose abilities to do things. So immediately you take 2 damage. However, one of those is absorbed by your suit.
Okay.
So your
Oh.
suit is basically shredded.
Okay.
You take 1 damage and continue to run. Now, Aspen,
Yes.
you're the next one. You see it coming out of the vent. It goes for, I mean, you don't know how, but she just started running before it came out, almost like she knew it was going to happen. But as she does that, the hair stands up on the back of your neck, and now you sense that there's danger in front of you and behind you.
Well, I am thinking that the best thing I can do is probably move a bit to the side and probably attempt to shoot whatever's in front of me.
All right, so you're going for the one coming out of the vent.
Yes.
All right, so moving over to the side a little bit.
Okay. And
So
I
you-
guess
So you're going to roll your ranged. So if you have anything in ranged, plus your agility.
I do.
And then what weapon are you using?
I am using
The
the,
revolver?
not
The
the
Magnum?
revolver, the Magnum. So
Yep,
that's
and another +1.
+1. Okay, so 1 for range combat, 4 for agility. So that's 5 total, and my
What's
stress
happening?
is
Did I
1,
miss the screen?
3,
Oh.
6, 7. Oh boy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll roll these in batches and see what I get. Okay, so 4 successes,
Wow.
and let's see what goes on with the stress dice.
Oh my god.
So
many.
2 more successes,
Okay.
and no face huggers.
All right, so
lucky.
it only takes 2 successes to hit because you're going to bypass his armor with that many successes. So you're going to do full damage, which is the 2 from the gun.
Yes.
Also, as you're firing the gun, as part of like your stress, basically you unload it. That's how
Okay.
you do so much damage. So how many times did you hit past 2? So how many did you roll total?
So I rolled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the successes.
So 5 out of those 6 actually hit.
Okay.
So it's 2 points per each. So that's 10 points of damage.
Yes.
So basically, you unload on this thing, and the first shot goes kind of wide, and the rest of it you're just like focused, and your like survival kicks in, and you just hold true, and you just unload into it. Unfortunately, what happens is when you're hitting and you're unloading into it, obviously the sucker screams, right, in pain.
Yep.
It's like screaming in pain. You can see that it kind of backs off really quickly, and you notice that this green ooze starts coming out of it, and it just starts like bubbling and smoking around it.
Ew.
The creature itself just kind of rocks back from where it is, and you hear it just kind of clattering as it falls, like moving like violently back down through the shaft. Out of sight. All right, we're going to move to Declan next. So you see this happen, and you're like, "What the shit?" And then all of a sudden, like all of this smoke is coming up, and it's like all of the it's like acid reaction on the metal, and you see it starting to kind of melt and corrode and hiss and bubble and smoke.
All right, I think it's dead. Let's go to the elevator.
All right, you spin around.
The
Yeah.
one covered
And you
in
notice
acid.
that the elevator, one just kind of like is dropping down from the elevator shaft.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm going to shoot out with the assault rifle.
Oh, did you get any facehuggers?
No.
I don't know. I don't think it's the same as an automatic weapon, but if you fire an automatic weapon, you take stress. But I don't know if unloading your clip as a result does that. Anyway, the gun is empty, but go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to shoot at it with the pulse rifle.
All right, so use your agility and your ranged weapon skill, and then the pulse
5.
rifle. This pulse rifle gets a +2 to hit.
Okay.
So you're gonna add 2 extra dice to whatever you just rolled, plus your stress dice and all that goes with it.
Okay.
You need more dice? Oh, you got it.
Okay, so far 1 success and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stress dice. Yeah, that's
I should have sang.
Sorry, not sorry.
1, 2,
Isn't your thing supposed to be
2
calling
successes.
2 successes.
So 3 in total.
3 total. All right,
Yeah.
so 2 will bypass it. So you're going to do 2 points of damage and then 2 more points of damage. So that's 4 points total. As the bullets just kind of slam into the body of this thing, you see kind of like these things just exploding off of it, and again the same green thick liquid comes and hits the ground. It hisses and like squeals at you as you do. However, firing an automatic weapon gets you an extra stress. And did you have any facehuggers in there?
No.
All right. Luckily, you have fired a gun enough to know that you didn't actually drain all of the bullets out of it. However, you probably did use a couple of bursts. So we're going to say it's used about 10 rounds, so that you're down 10 rounds.
Out of
in that little burst.
out of how many?
100. I mean, it was full. So it's
Okay. Cool.
and then, as you also have a slow action as well, if you wanted.
I can't. Can I shoot it again?
No, the
Okay,
slow
yeah.
action, it's like.
I mean, then I can't do anything unless I want to like punch it, but I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be smart. When it attacks you, however, and this is why I didn't let you do that, you can actually use your slow action to reload. You could give orders. You could basically like drop to the ground or break away from a grapple. Now, if you wanted to, like if it were able to attack you first, you could choose to like run away, seek cover, which would make it harder to hit and stuff like that, or try to block an attack. But since you attacked first, you don't get those actions.
Yeah.
However, it didn't get to attack, so it would have attempted to block. And let's see if it is successful. It is not. So it did not deflect any of the damage. Okay. Then it attacks. It comes out of the actual elevator, moving towards you with like blinding speed. And it is, oof, sorry. It is going to use its first attack on you, Declan, as you just caused it some pain. It's going to roll 8. Oh, man. With only 1 success, but it's 2 damage. So you put the armor on.
Yeah. So I have 3 armor.
Basically, it shreds through the armor, and it just basically saved your life. Its claw just like sunk deep into the armor. However, as it did, it pulls itself closer to you, poising for its next attack.
Oh no.
But it won't get that until the end of the round. That one is gone. And now we get to Evelyn, who is kind of like quivering in the shadows. You lost your round, but I'll give you a slow action. If you wanted to take a slow action as you found cover as your main action. So you could crawl around. You could actually try to administer medical aid on something. You could give orders. Shoot a weapon. Well, actually, with your panic state, I probably wouldn't let you shoot a weapon. But you can stop panic at the very bottom.
Well, it's only for another.
Oh, another characters you can
Yeah.
command them to stop. Okay, like get a hold of yourself.
Get a hold of yourself, me.
Get a hold of myself.
Um,
I don't think there's anything that you would be able to use in there. All right,
Yeah.
so then we're going to go to Hayes. He unloads. He is going to do the same thing. He is going to, he's going to scream for you to get out of the way, Declan.
All right, I'm gonna do that, I guess.
You can probably use your slow action for that. I'll let you
Sure.
do that. I guess that would be close combat. Nah, not close. About. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, he had a stress. They have 2 or 1. He only had 1. All right. He hits, but it's like barely glancing off of it. Doesn't even cause it to bleed. Does not sink through the rest of its armor. It does kind of screech and hiss a little bit, but it did not do as much damage as you thought. And then it gets its signature attack
Is it the
as
second
it
mouth?
draws closer to you.
It's the second mouth.
It's the second mouth.
It's gonna bite your face off.
You see that the lips just kind of curl back. It just looks like intent on your head and goes for a biting attack.
Oh god.
Oh, you're not a synthetic. That'd be interesting. Let's see. We're gonna see what it does. Ooh, that is not good. It is. All right. As part of its attack, its lips peel back and its mouth just kind of shoots forward, and it just claws. It just like sinks its teeth into your shoulders. The armor that you had was gone, but you had 1 on there. But it's not going to keep it from doing like a critical effect on you. So you're going to take 3 points of damage.
Okay, so I'm at 0.
You're at 0, but you're not dead. You're considered like broken. Anything that you do is going to be like disadvantage and stuff. However, I got to roll. So there's a critical injury roll on here, and basically it's a 66. So it goes from 11 to 66, and you got to use 6-sided die to get to it. So the first one is basically like the 1s, and the second one is the 10s. So that is a 62. Oof. Somehow it was able to rupture your aorta.
Oh!
Oh my god.
And you have a very limited amount of time to live. You have 1 round before you basically bleed out. You're going to immediately lose 2 stamina. So basically, you're going to mark whatever your stamina is down. What's your stamina now? It's one of your base core roll or stats.
3.
3 is a 1 now until you get patched up. All right, so that's the end of the first round of combat.
At least we have a doctor in
That's
the
how it goes.
house.
Second round of combat, that alien that's dropped down the shaft can no longer be heard. Aspen,
All right.
you're staring down the barrel of a smoking gun, and you have just blown one of them away, and you hear commotion behind you. You turn around and look, and this alien has just come out of the elevator, the xenomorph, and attached itself, and it's just like shredding his body right in front of you.
Do I know that my gun has
Yes.
been unloaded? Okay.
It was like going click, 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 click at the end of it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Should I have my dart gun on my back still. It's not going to do near as much, but I will attempt to dart this thing.
All right, so go ahead and roll your ranged plus your agility.
Okay, range plus agility.
And I think that rifle also gets a +1.
I think you're right.
And then it's going to be 2 damage per hit. And I think you can do, I think it's just going to be 1 shot, right? Are you
Yeah.
assuming that's like a big tranquilizing thing?
That's kind of what I'm
Yeah,
picturing.
yeah, all right.
So +1, you mean +1 the number or +1 dice?
+1 die.
Okay. So I'll do that, and then my stress is like something insane. 3, 6, wait. 7, so 7 of these. See what this does. So, 1 success, 1 success. Okay, we have 2 successes and a face hugger.
Okay, so 2 successes will get through its armor, so it's going to suffer 2 points of damage. You notice that it sinks deep enough and you see the splash of green come spurting out of it, and it kind of squeals as it takes the damage. However, you're going to add a panic stress roll, and
Yep.
you're going to roll the panic.
My stress is like what, 7, I think? 3.
I'm at 8,
Yeah. So 7, okay.
but I'm also about to be
So
dead.
8,
8 total?
yes.
All right, so you begin to tremble uncontrollably. The stress of all this around you and what's going on, the fact that you have basically a dart gun against something that is shredding someone in front of you, all of your skill rolls suffer a -2 until your panic stops, which means
Okay.
until you reduce your stress level, you're going to take a -2 to all of your agility rolls,
Well then.
which would include shooting a gun. So your hand is just like you're losing it.
I've got
And
hand
you got that
tremors.
one extra stress. All right, you do still have a slow action that you could do.
Could for a slow action, does Evelyn have that med kit still?
I do.
I guess you're kind of far away though.
Yeah, she ran back into the room. She's a zone away from you.
I'm trying to think of a slow action. Are there med kits
You
nearby?
can try to administer medical aid, but
I might also like get
yeah.
killed. So
Well, I
there's
mean, you
that.
could basically drop and basically put your hands over the wound, but you'd be throwing yourself in front of this creature.
An angry xenomorph. I mean,
That's your choice.
I guess for my slow action, I don't know if I've got one that I can really take that would do much
not
for
really.
us. I'm just gonna kind of keep it at
Oh, you
this.
can reload.
Actually, you know what? I'll reload.
Yeah,
That'll be
you
my
would
slow
have
action.
you would have another one of these things on you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say roll a pull it up. Roll a survival check.
Okay, so survival for me, and this will be -2, so I have 2 less.
No, your agility is -2.
Oh, gotcha,
right?
gotcha.
Your wits are still there.
5, 6, 7. 6, 7, and then 8 of these. 2, 4, 6, 8. All right, so success, and another success. So 3 successes and 2 facehuggers.
2 face hackers. Okay.
Unfortunately.
So you're going to take another stress from this. However, as you're reloading, you know that you are drawing from the high potency tranquilizers that you're using, and what you have already sunk into it should basically knock down an elephant. But you know that xenomorphic, biology is going to be different. You don't know how it's going to affect it or if it will. But
Yeah.
you do know that you've administered a very high dose and that you just loaded another high dose. However, it's going to stress you out. So we're going to delay that panic roll since you've already rolled 1 this round.
All right.
We'll just roll it at the beginning of your next round.
So would that add 2 stress?
stress.
Okay, 1. Okay,
Yeah,
got
it's
it.
only going to add 1 stress. All right. These rounds, they seem to stop time. They do. I'm sorry. It just takes a minute to get through them. All right. So Aspen, and then the next is Evelyn. You're starting to snap out of it, and you hear screaming, and then it's like you just hear this ungodly sound for what it sounds like something's being eaten or munched on in the hallway.
That's my aorta.
That me aorta.
Question, while they're in the combat, I noticed that in the fast actions there's a thing called block attack. Does that not?
If it attacks you before you have gone, you can use your fast action to try to block it, but it's only going to reduce the amount of dice that they roll against you. So if they rolled a 3, it's only going to count as a 2. So it could save your life in some instances, but it has to be before they attack you. So it's like if I'm attacking you and you haven't attacked yet, you would say, I'm going to use my action to block. But nobody has gotten into that situation where it would be helpful yet.
So I'm going to.
So you can use a slow or your fast action during right now. You just put whatever one first, however you want to do that.
I mean, really, there are only 2 things I can do right now.
Yeah.
So I'm. Where did it go? I just lost it. Oh shoot. I was gonna actually try shooting.
Okay.
You can aim and fire.
Yeah.
So you could do this without leaving the zone that you're in, so you don't have to, but if you were trying to get to the other zone, that would be your action. But just moving, since you're in range, you can just move in that zone as a free action and get a line of sight. Oh wait, no, the elevator's around the corner. You would have to leave that, because it's the one in the elevator, not in the shaft. So you couldn't. You would have to move into the hallway, and you wouldn't be able to use a slow action to shoot.
Darn it.
You could move into the hallway, administer first aid.
Then I'm right in
You
front.
could somehow help others, manipulate, reload, yeah. No, I'm sorry, you can do that. Your range skill, no, you can. You can move and use your slow action to shoot. I'm sorry.
Okay, then I'll try that then. That's the range combat, so
I'm thinking of aim. That's my bad. So
okay.
yes, so you can use your fast action to aim and your slow action to shoot, and it gives you bonuses.
Okay. So how many of those would I exactly be rolling?
So you would just do but for you, since you're moving as your fast action and then shooting, you're going to use your ranged skill plus your agility
Plus your stress.
plus your stress. And again, you have a service pistol, so it's basically like a 1911, and it has like a clip of 7 plus 1, so maybe 8 rounds.
Okay, you said agility plus the range combat, which is a +2.
Mm-hmm.
And then my stress. Wait, am I using mobility? Oh, wait, so range combat. All right, so that's all right. Gotcha. And then my stress level is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, this is not gonna be good. And my history of rolling is abominable.
You know what though? Your luck's going to change.
Not really. So, two successes.
Okay. It's
Two-
enough to hit it.
Yeah, but 2 face huggers.
Oh, 2 face suckers. Okay, so you can actually push that roll. If you wanted to roll again on this to create more stress, you could. But I would say that with that stress, you probably just unloaded the clip to get 2 hits, right? So it's going to be 2 damage total from the service. But let's go ahead and roll your panic and see what happens. You pop your head around the door and you open fire. And let's see what your reaction is to all this.
Plus the added stress that I just got.
Plus the new stress.
11.
11. Immediately, the stress is too much, right? And you see this thing, you start shooting at it, and you take your shots, and before you even know that they've hit or done anything, you are back in that hide position. You lose a stress because you're like, oh man, I'm going back to safety. However, everybody that's conscious around you gains a stress.
So we're
now
all.
the captain's up to 3. You actually get a stress still.
'Cause I'm-
and then you get a
Yep.
stress.
Semi-
You're
I am
still-
like
you're still-
incredibly stressed out. I'm at 9.
Me too.
Is it your special
All right,
ability to
after
calm
that,
people?
is Hayes, and then the alien again, I think. Everybody else is gone, right? Yeah, Hayes and then the alien. Hayes has not been attacked, so he is going to have an open fire. But he's going to use his action to aim, which is going to give him an extra +2. And then he's going to use his stress dice now. I'm going to clear this out for a pretty impressive roll here.
Come on, Captain.
Oh, it fell out. That's looking pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
What?
So basically, he just unloads about half of his magazine. Bullets are flying. You can hear the bullets kind of riddling the metal around him. The hisses and scream of the alien, and then all of a sudden you see all the smoke and the acid going. Well, you don't. You're hiding. The smoke and the acid going everywhere, and then you can hear it kind of clattering around. And then you notice as smoke starts to clear, there it is, just laying there, unmoving. The captain seems to have killed it. However, as it sits there, you notice that the acid just starts to eat into the elevator, and eventually the bottom of the elevator floor falls out, and the creature itself just disappears, going clattering down the elevator shaft. You hear it clanging off into the distance. I need you to roll a d6, and do not roll a 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I just need 1, I guess.
You need 1. This is kind of like your death save.
Here, grab the roller.
You can do it.
5.
5. Okay. So you're clinging to life, right? You're bleeding all over the place. And I would say that immediately, once you saw this thing is dead, your instinct would kick in to maybe stem some of the bleeding.
I'm gonna run over there, put my hands over his aorta, and scream, "Medic!"
A question: Is it a safe space now?
Is it a safe space?
I don't know if I would call it that, but between you and the med pack, and let's say the captain, who also has some med skills, I'm going to give you guys a roll in just a minute. Okay, so as all of that transpires, all hell just broke loose. A matter of seconds have passed, right? you are Charlie and Bishop and this other guy are now kind of speed walking back down the gantry. And make an observation roll. This will be a passive observation roll that you don't get stressed from.
So I don't add my stress to this one.
No, you add your stress dice, but you're not going to take any of the rolls. Facehuggers you'll ignore.
5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus 3.
Take the mic off.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that. Got to remind people about that one.
2 successes.
2 successes. All right. You notice that as you're speed walking down the gantry, one of those things that Bishop was saying that needs to stay connected is actually starting to move a lot more than you're comfortable with. And you notice that the weight that you guys, all three, are kind of speed walking through here, you notice that it's shifting and bowing and buckling. One of the supports for the central hub seems to be giving way. Hasn't given way yet, but you know that it's just a matter of time with the stress and everything that's happening on this space station. Probably got, minutes more than anything to get out of here. However, you make it to the hub, just in those few seconds of running across. And as you do, you hear some kind of commotion, and then all of a sudden you see like just this oozing like liquid hitting and then splashing, and this reaction of acid, and then this thump as this large, giant, like lifeless xenomorph body slams into the elevator and then starts hissing and bubbling. But that's one of the elevators. There's an elevator shaft right next to you that you've been waiting, that's been standing there waiting for you guys. Plus, you're on the docking ring, and all you have to do is go a little bit to the right and then down that gantry to your ship.
Okay. So I just see a dead xenomorph in front of me? Or I just see a xenomorph body. I don't know if
You
it's
see
dead.
the xenomorph body drop, yes.
Okay.
Oh, and after combat, by the way, we're already in Act 3 now.
Okay.
So once combat starts, Act 3 is initiated. So if you want to look in the inside of your card, you're going to see your objectives for Act 3.
Oh, man.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I believe in the rule of double tap.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to slowly put a round in that sucker's head just because I don't trust it. Because I wouldn't know anything about xenomorphs, right?
No. They're like a vicious rumor.
Okay, yeah. So I basically just saw the boogeyman drop in front of me. Yeah, I'm going to put a round in its head.
All right. So make a, just do a combat roll.
Yeah, it's just
So
going to be
ranged, and then your weapon, and you got 50 rounds or so. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to do full auto, just one.
Okay, just one round. Okay, so that would just be one. And you could use a slow action to aim, so that's going to give you a +2. So you're going to do your agility, your ranged, and add 2, and then any stress dice.
Okay, agility, ranged, add 2,
Uh-huh.
and then all the stress die. Cool. That is so much dice. That is 1, 2, 3. 3 success and 1 facehugger.
All right, 3 success. That hits, bypasses whatever armor it had left. The lifeless body just kind of twitches a bit, and then you see that the green liquid just kind of starts to dissolve the floor, and then it just goes further down into the darkness. You hear it kind of clattering as it goes further down the elevator shaft.
Okay. Do we have to resolve the facehugger, or does that not matter in this case?
Does not. Oh yeah, that would be since you fired the weapon. Yeah. Since you didn't go full auto, you're not going to get any more stress from that, but you do get that 1 stress, and then make that roll.
Okay.
And we're going to see what your panic roll is.
1 plus
Oh yeah,
6, 7.
7. It was twitch. So basically, you stress the guy out even more, a little bit with that. You gain a stress, and so does he. He doesn't look like he's handling stress very well. I mean, he is just like freaking out. He's like holding on to Bishop. I mean, like almost trying to climb on his back. And Bishop is like, "Please remain calm. We will get you out of here safely."
Okay, so I'm actually gonna help Bishop kind of just start navigating the guy and talking calmly and being like, hey, the ship's right here down this hallway. Stay here. We're gonna walk calmly to the ship. It's right there.
Yeah, okay. And then he just takes off and bolts. He's like, ship's over there, I'm going for it. He just takes off. And Bishop's like, wait, you must... Charlie, I think we must go after him.
Yeah. Okay. So we set
Pick
off
up the
at,
pace.
Yeah, we set off a slow jog behind him.
Start jogging behind him. It's right about there that you notice commotion and noise behind you. You actually hear some metal banging coming down that gantry that you were coming down. And you stop to almost turn around and you see several people start running down. And there's like 7 of them. And you see that they're in a full run. A couple of them wearing armor, a couple of them have weapons on. And you notice that as they're doing this, the whole gantry and tunnel start to do this. And you notice that those supports start to break free. And one by one they go tink, tink.
Oh.
And then all of a sudden you hear this like hissing sound, whoosh, and the airlock closes. Just in time for the tube to kind of just detach. And the vacuum of space sucks those 7 people out into space. So you gain 1 stress from seeing that.
From each
You're
person.
lucky. I would say for each person, but you're lucky you only gained 1 stress. You just saw 7 survivors basically just get whisked out into space.
Wait, did the tube just go jettison, or
It
is this
just kind
like?
of detached, and then once the atmosphere was lost, they just get sucked out.
Okay, so
and
I
so
saw
they-
them. I saw them get sucked into
Yes,
space.
you saw them just get sucked into space, and they join that debris that's kind of floating around the space station.
Would I have Would I have had the time to make an observation that any of them were wearing a vacuum suit?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's just a normal observation.
Observation, yeah. But it might stress you out more to know sometimes the answers aren't always good ones.
Do you want to make that observation?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and help these people.
What?
Hey, I got 1 survivor to the ship. I got 7 more. I'm trying here.
Dude,
Try my best.
You're at 7 already.
At least you're not at 9.
I'm
1,
at
2,
9.
3, 4, 5,
Like he hasn't even been attacked yet.
6, 7. Am I at 7 stress? 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
4, 6, 7. Damn.
That's on why you really want to be attacked.
Okay. Oh. Yeah.
Any stress?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all he got.
That's all I got.
No
Oh, it's actually
successes?
10
No success.
All right, yeah.
stress.
In your stress, they're gone, man. Game over. There's no way they're making it back from that. Because some of them like violently slammed into the side as they got sucked out. It's like kind of violent evacuation. But you do gain a stress level. Since you're not in combat, you'll roll that panic roll now again.
Make sure you add your thing.
2 plus
8.
8, 10.
You're stuck there. So you just can't look away. You notice that these bodies are just kind of moving around. You can't even see if their limbs are moving because some of them move into the shadow areas so quickly. The rest of them are clanging up against the hull. And you're just like, shit, loss of life. And you're kind of stuck in that position. We'll give it a round, which is basically just a few seconds, or minutes actually. Kind of pondering it and realizing just how lucky you are. Up at the top, go ahead and make since you are a doctor, you get a pretty good medicine roll. Plus you have aid from the med kit, which is going to be +2. And then you also have somebody else with you.
Yeah, quick question though. I do remember there was a panic roll that wasn't resolved. Do you want me to resolve that after we do that?
Yeah, so
Okay.
after combat ends, go ahead and make your panic roll. We'll
Okay.
go ahead and do that first to see, because this may affect your, just a d6 plus your panic.
Okay. So that's like, oh god, it's 10. Be low. 16!
Oh, Jesus.
16, oh my. All right, so your body can't take anymore. You're physically exhausted from all of this. You collapse. You can't even talk. You're basically just staring into oblivion. You're basically useless. Your body just shuts down, and all you can do is just like ponder what just happened. You can't react. You can't really do anything. The term is catatonic.
I've got like locked-in syndrome for a bit.
But you do notice that, as a doctor, your instincts start to kick in. The panic starts to leave you a little bit, and you see somebody dying, and you just go into this is what I do mode, and you rush over to him with the med kit, And you've also got the captain standing over your shoulder, and he's there to help if he can. So what's
Save
your
my aorta.
what's your total roll?
So wait 1 second. I have the med kit, yes, that I got from earlier, but
Uh-huh.
I was also carrying a surgical kit.
The surgical kit would be better.
Yeah.
So the med kit is going to give you 1. Your surgical kit would give you 2.
Okay, so I'm going to use the surgical kit.
Okay, so surgical kit plus your empathy, and then your med
So 1, 2, 3.
and your stress. You got a pretty good chance. She's got a handful of dice there. She can pull
And
it
then you
off.
said the surgical kit gives me what, +2?
Plus
Come on,
2.
Papa needs a new aorta.
Two dice, right?
2 dice.
Okay.
And you're not going to stitch his aorta back together. What you're going to do is stabilize it.
What if she's all successes?
You need a med pot. Well, honestly, yeah, there could be some like miraculous healing that you do with that roll. I mean, that's pretty.
If she rolls like 9 successes.
But like, here's the thing.
You were
I-
almost rolling all of the dice on the table right now. I have more if you want some.
this
Oh
is
my
all of them. But here's the
God.
thing. I said, like, my rolls have been historically bad.
Let me just get this off the way.
Oh, shoot. Okay, no. Yeah, no.
Like,
Oh,
There was a journey
accidentally
there.
severs
Do
the
you
other
need one of
aorta.
these? That'll help.
So I had 2 successes and 1 face hugger.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay, 2 successes is enough to stabilize him. He's in pretty bad shape, but like I said, this is what you do for a living. You're going to take an extra stress roll and roll a panic. You are basically just, like I said, you went into doctor mode. You did what you do. Enough to stabilize you for having to make a death, and you're broken, which means that you are moving at half speed, and basically someone's having to drag you, so you're slowing them down.
Am I like technically conscious? Or am I,
Yeah, you're barely conscious. You're woozy.
Okay, well, I got a 12.
All right, so 12, you scream.
Yeah.
Immediately, your stress level goes down. You relieve some of that tension. However, everybody around you increases their stress by 1.
How many times are you going to do that?
So what if yours goes beyond 10?
She's a screamer. She's perfect for aliens, right?
How much of their stress is just her?
Like 3 at
running,
least.
screaming.
I mean,
All
to
of
be
the
fair, that's how you
captain's stress. No, he
survive.
fired a weapon, so he's got 5, but I think 3 of them are from you.
I'm at 10.
Most of the,
And
a good large
unconscious.
portion of their stress is just you.
But hey, I'm not bleeding out
Right.
anymore.
In the following minutes to come, you're able to actually get into the second elevator. You load his bloody body. The catatonic, I guess you'd call her a scientist, but right now she's just Aspen. She's not even abiding by her title. The captain is helping carry one or partially both of them. You get into the elevator and it goes down. At that moment, you hear, "Captain, I've got to detach. The ship is starting to come apart." He's like, "No, damn it, wait, we're on our elevator. We're on the way down there." She's like, "No, it's okay, but you better hurry." And it's about this time you hear the elevator kicking and humming, and you see it coming down. You don't know what's in it, though. It kind of snaps you back to reality. And you're looking up. The first thing that came down was an alien. Now you see the elevator coming down again. Bishop has chased this guy. You don't even see them anymore.
Okay.
It's just you and the elevator coming towards you.
I start sprinting for the ship.
All right. So you're like, all right, let's get out of here. Take out for the ship. Come back to your senses. Elevator comes back to the hub. All right. You feel pretty confident, right? You're dragging her body around. However, while you're doing that, you hear something. A beeping. You notice that her motion detector is picking up more signals. Several signals nearby. So you're freaking out. You're like, "We gotta get out of here, man. My pancreas. I don't know what it is."
My pancreas. I'm probably like blinking in
You're
Morse
still
code.
catatonic, by the way. You have not reduced any stress.
Where's my flask?
But between the captain and you're able to get dragged onto the ship.
Mm-hmm.
All of you get to the ship. However, now, as you're onto the Helios, feeling pretty safe, the door closes, the ship detaches. Slowly drifting away. And you get a moments of calm and peace.
Oh no.
And you just feel like, we made it. We didn't finish. We didn't blow up the ship. Everything should be good, right? Right? You look over, survivor's like, "Yeah, man, we're good. We made it." Start peeling off your enviro suits. Bishop is like, yes, I think we have done this. I think we got as close as we could. We could always try to self-detonate the ship from here remotely, although I think without the codes, chances are slim. I say that our best chance is to get back to the space station before Theta 7 reaches. This ship is capable of moving that quick. Again, you're starting to strip down the armor. You notice that this guy, his face has just gone white. The survivor, his face is white. You're bleeding all over the place. You need to get him to med bay. Probably gonna take this guy with you, right?
Can I do like, even though I'm at moderate stress levels at this point, again, luckily I'm not as high as everybody else. Can I make an observation, or I guess can I do a medical check of the guy that came in, because he's looking
Make your roll.
not good.
Yeah, he's not looking good. You want to try to figure out what's going on with it. You're still catatonic. You're going to be catatonic until you get a stress level reduced. The captain is giving orders on the ship. Bishop is trying to get you and to the med bay. He's trying to get you to the med bay. He's like, Doctor, I'll take him to the med bay, please. When you're done there, come. Let's get him patched up. And you're on the ship. You're like, man, we made it. This is great.
Hey, that wasn't bad.
Yeah, no. So you said I stripped off my armor and stuff.
Well, no, as everybody else is taking off their armor, you didn't have to.
Yeah.
But they are.
I guess someone took mine off for me?
No.
I'm just chilling.
Just the people that got onto the ship.
They like leaned you against a wall. You're like just like a plane.
Oh yeah, because y'all need medical attention. That's why they had to take it off you.
So I got 2 6s and 1 face hugger.
All right, so you notice that he's still alive, but there's something wrong with him. Something wrong. He's like going into some kind of shock right now.
Oh, Jesus.
You're not exactly sure what it is, but there's something going on with him. And he's immediately in your hands starts convulsing. What is your panic roll real quick?
Okay, well, I gained 1 stress, so let's see what this roll is. This would be hilarious if I just, check him over and then I just start screaming again.
That bad, huh?
3+.
Oh God, this is worse. 10.
10. All right, that's not too bad. You freeze up, right?
That's
Your
bad.
stress level and everybody around you goes up. You freeze. He hits the ground. His body is just writhing and convulsing. Immediately, you see this
Can you go beyond 10?
thing
I was about to say, because I'm at 12.
poking out of his chest. His rib cage splits open as this head of an alien comes out of his chest. And that's where we're going to end it.
Oh God.
In space, on your ship, with a new xenomorph born. Congratulations. You somewhat made it through this adventure.
We kind of made it.
Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. So that's where we'll have to end it. Further adventures to be seen later at some point. Maybe. Otherwise, thank you all for participating and joining and watching and joining in on this monstrous adventure.
I mean, I had a kind of stressful little jaunt, but it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't bad. You didn't get your aorta
I went
ruptured.
down. I was good at my job. I hung out with Bishop. We sang some tunes. We skipped along. I saved a guy. It was only at the end there that things went sideways, and they went sideways and like, oh shit, this place is falling apart. And then I ran on the ship, and I was good.
Well, honestly, without your opening doors, things would have been a lot harder. Mm-hmm. Although some of the doors that you opened did cause other things to happen. Directing the power really helped get people further along. And it also did tell you a lot more of what was going on with the story. But you didn't uncover like multiple plots, but that's okay because you survived.
Yep.
Most of you survived, and you would probably live through your injuries. You would be like wrecked.
Yeah.
You'd probably walk with a limp for the rest of your life. You might lose a mobility point here or there. You'll eventually come out of catatonic and be fine.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping I could go for the whole thing where it's like, I'm going to be evil and try to study this thing, but things kept happening that hampered that.
Hey, I hit the personal agenda for Act 2. I was saving my 6 bonus die to literally kick a xenomorph.
All right, well, I'm saying that we need to close it out. So everybody out there in TV land that's watching or participating, however you are, peace out.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Bye.